Well, hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. Tonight, we are talking about the case out of Hendersonville, Tennessee, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, who went missing on February 2024. Since then, there's been no sighting of Sebastian, but recently, a channel called Nerdy Addict went to Hendersonville, Tennessee, and done some searching and investigating of his own. And what he found out is very, very interesting. And we're going to dig a lot further into that. So hold on tight, stick around, hit that thumbs up button because we got a lot to talk about on the other side of this.
Coming in clutch, better tighten the pearls. Dropping cold facts, got the truth for the world. No smoke, no fluff, just the real that we trust. Hold on to your seat, cause I'm coming in clutch.
Well, hello, everyone. Thank you so much for joining me. Really do appreciate your time. Good to see you all. Tonight, we are talking about the case of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, who vanished from his Hendersonville home in February of 2024. We are getting close to the 2-year mark, coming right up in just a few weeks. Good to see everyone in chat. Thank you all so much for joining me. Really do appreciate you. Wanted to do this members only live. Of course, everyone can view it, but I wanted to offer this to my members. Thank you guys for if you're renewing or becoming a member. Thank you so much. Hey, Miss Holly, good to see you. 20 months, love you all. Please say a little prayer that the okay. I see myself at 70, clean as a whistle. We will say it. Absolutely. Absolutely. Thank you guys so much for joining me. So recently, our friend Nerdy Addict, he's has a channel, and the channel is linked in the description. I don't think that I think we missed a lot when we get into that, and we're gonna really get in there today. So hang on tight because we're going to get right into it. He recently went. I don't know how recently I should say that, but semi recently, or but we'll just say within the last year, I would say, went to Hendersonville, Tennessee, and spoke, searched, all of that. He does a lot of searching, great work in everything he does. Um, and he spoke to the stepfather of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. And he actually did an amazing live stream about it. I was there when he did that live stream. And let me drop Nerdy's um, channel link because there's a little part in there I want to play. A link is provided in the description. If you have not seen it all, you need to really, really watch it, in my opinion. And I want to show you guys something because it's big. It's big. What happened, according to Nerdy, and what he says the stepfather told him. And we had long heard about a search warrant a year later after Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers goes missing. And it was originally stated that Sebastian left in the middle of the night, and the way the dispatcher and the parents, in my opinion, let it seem that he did this on his own accord. He's never done this before, is what they said. First, I want to give a disclaimer about everything that I talk about today is in this live stream reflects my opinion and my opinion only. It's my opinion and my interpretation. There has been no one named as a suspect or even a person of interest in the Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers disappearance, at least not publicly. Now, one thing that I will say is that I did speak, or not speak, I emailed, I'm frozen? Am I frozen? Thank you, 7713 months. You're amazing. Appreciate you very much, my dear. Good to see you. 3 out. Thank you so much for becoming a member. Lisa, thank you so much for renewing. Appreciate you very much. Jen, you're an OG, 13 months. Appreciate you. P girl, thank you so much for renewing. Bamboo, welcome to the Pearl family. Daphne, good to see you. Love you so much. Appreciate you very, very much. Not anymore? Okay. I'm frozen on and off. I was frozen. I don't know. I think everything in the country's frozen right now. To be quite honest with you, YouTube's been very weird lately. Okay, so everything I say is my opinion only. Do your own research. Don't contact, bother, harass anyone that we mention in today's live stream. Form your own opinion. Do your own research. Now, but one thing I will say is that I had an email with one of, or the detective, if you will, on Sebastian's case from the Hendersonville, not Hendersonville, the county police department. And he told me that this was a criminal investigation. That was in the email coming directly from the investigator, right? So take that with what you will. That's what they told me. Form your own opinion on that, but I've shown you guys that before. Okay. All of that. Okay. Now, I want to show you just a little bit of something that Nerdy did in his live stream before we get into the nuts and bolts, if you will, of the live stream. And we'll talk about that in just a second. What's the word I'm looking for. Okay, camera. Here we go. Let me find the timestamp. I didn't have it ready. Maybe I should look for this word. Bear with me, guys. I apologize. Okay, here we go. All right, so here is the first thing. Now, like I said, about a year ago, or a year after Sebastian went missing, there was this alleged search warrant, and I did hear about it as well, but Nerdy confirmed it. And here we go. Credit goes to our friend Nerdy Addict. Make sure you go over there, subscribe to him, become a member, and give him some support because he works really hard. Not only does he work really hard, he goes to a lot of places and does boots on the ground, and he does it. He works really hard on it, So, okay. So listen to this, and we're going to get started. Here we go.
With that and explain to them that perhaps he did. Maybe it was when he was younger, but there was an anomaly there, I believe, in which he had to explain
Actually,
to
hold
law
on.
enforcement why that.
I need to back up just a little bit. Okay.
How some of those behavioral health issues tied into.
Bear with me a little bit more, maybe.
Notes. I think the first thing we spoke about was the polygraph. And sort of, I'm going to put up aerial footage so it gives folks an idea.
Couple months, Sherry.
And this is Drake's Creek Park, where police searched. It's near creeks. And the three subjects that he didn't want broached were dogs, Sebastian's behavioral health, and an incident with police. And we're not going to really talk about Sebastian's behavioral health. We know that he's autistic. Dream is not to go over that. How some of those behavioral health issues tied into Lady Justice, but that's up to. They were going down to the fire station, which was the command post.
Listen to this.
For the search and rescue, which is right down the street, and you'll see it. And I think I showed it on the ground there too, and pointed it out. But when Katie got there, law enforcement surprised her and said, "Look, we're gonna take you for a ride." Right? She had no idea what was happening. They put her in the.
Okay, so when they were down at the command center, they were going down to the command center, and this is according again to Nerdy Addict, who I fully trust his reporting on this, and he says they kind of took Katie by surprise and said, "Hey, we want you to take a little ride with us, right? Let's take a little ride together." And very, very interesting. So this is very early on, right? When Sebastian first went missing. Now listen to what he says next. Well, isn't it interesting? I thought that was CP that went to a drive with LE, in my opinion. Undisputed, you would be right to remember that because he did, Sebastian's stepfather did say that he went on this ride. I think this ride, in my opinion, was pretty significant because, again, he's allegedly mentioning this to Nerdy Addict, which he did not want Nerdy to say, but Nerdy, some things that he told Nerdy Addict, but Nerdy Addict also gave his reasoning why he spoke this.
car. They took her to the station, to an interview room, and asked for a polygraph. She took the polygraph, and then it was asked the same for Sebastian's stepfather and Seth Rogers. It's my understanding Seth Rogers has taken a polygraph on the Nancy Grace show, but there were some issues with it. He had to.
Okay. So he says there that he, I guess I'm assuming allegedly, Chris told him that they wanted Katie to take a polygraph, right? They wanted Katie to take a polygraph very early on. We're talking right in the beginning, very early on. And let me just make sure he says this. Oh, he says it.
Polygraph into an interview room and asked for a polygraph. She took the polygraph, and then it was asked the same for Sebastian's stepfather and Seth Rogers. It's my understanding Seth Rogers has taken a polygraph on the Nancy Grace show, but there were some issues with it. He had to retake it.
So, yeah, we know about Seth. He took a polygraph on the Nancy Grace show, but that's one thing. It sounds like, in my opinion, the way I'm interpreting it, that they wanted Chris to take a polygraph as well, right then there. And he supposedly took the polygraph in the very beginning. But that's not true. That's not true. Chris did not take a polygraph in the beginning, right? Even though he's absolutely said this on other programs in the very beginning, that in fact he said he, Katie, and Seth took a polygraph in the very beginning. And that was definitely not true for Seth or Chris. That was definitely not true for them. Right? So he actually said that on his first or second YouTube live stream. Right? Okay, keep listening.
Sebastian's stepfather took the polygraph. However, there was one question that he got hung up on, in which he himself disclosed to law enforcement and said, look, I don't know how to answer this. And the question was related to, have you ever lied to authorities or police in the past? And he sort of got caught up with that and explained to them that perhaps he did. Maybe it was younger, but there was an anomaly there, I believe, in which he had to explain.
Is anything echoing? By the way, let me know, chat, if anything is echoing, because I don't want it to echo or anything like that. So there was an anomaly when it comes to allegedly one of the questions, according to Nerdy, that Chris allegedly told him. Okay, it's good. Perfect. And that was, have you ever lied to the police? Have you ever lied to the police? And there was an anomaly there. But again, remember the history here. He did not take a polygraph in the beginning. Nancy Grace offered him a polygraph in the beginning, and there was, he did not take that polygraph. It was in the beginning, yes, I took a polygraph. We all took a polygraph. Then it was Katie took a polygraph. And then it was law enforcement said I didn't need to take a polygraph because they knew where I was. Nancy Grace offered a polygraph, and he then says, oh no, TBI says they'll give me a polygraph now. Right? Put a 1 in the chat if you remember that, right? Cassie, good to see you, dear. Stepfather told Nancy Grace that he had not taken a polygraph, that he would take one for her, but lied and said police were going to give him one. Well, he actually said name, the time and place. She made it very convenient for him because, this was as good of a polygraph as you could humanly get, because the former FBI head of the Quantico FBI in Quantico, Virginia, was going to give him a polygraph, come right to him, right? Yes, thank you for writing that, Jen. I appreciate that. Okay. And that was not taken up by Mr. Proudfoot. Now, it was by Seth. He did it from the same guy, from the head of the FBI polygrapher, all of that. Okay? Keep following.
Law enforcement, why that question was problematic. Fast forward, and this is the most significant
Thank you. It's me,
piece
Jan.
of information. And I'm going to disclose it, and I'm going to put it out on Twitter now. Roughly 1 year after Sebastian Rogers went missing, law enforcement descended on his residence and executed a search warrant. They seized multiple electronic devices, and this is the interesting part to me. So they confiscated laptops and more. And it's interesting because, again, this is hearsay. This is someone telling me that they had already given over these devices willingly. Okay. So this is the information where I've been saying.
Okay. This is the part here. 1 year later, they come and do a search warrant in this house, right? 1 year later. And they come and get specific devices. Now, Nerdy says right here, let me see
these devices.
Significant piece of information, and I'm going to disclose it, and I'm going to put it on Twitter right now. Roughly 1 year after Sebastian went missing, law enforcement descended on his residence and executed a search warrant. They seized multiple electronic devices, and this is the interesting part for me. So they confiscated laptops and more. And it's interesting because this is, I think he says, and this is interesting because there's hearsay, and this is someone telling me that they had already given over these devices willingly. Okay, this is the information where I'm saying on X where it's problematic because you can look at it either way.
Sees multiple electronic devices, and this is the interesting part to me. So they confiscated laptops and more. And it's interesting because, again, this is hearsay. This is someone telling me that they had already given over these devices.
I'm
willingly.
frozen again.
Okay.
On YouTube or StreamYard or something. My chat's been freezing like crazy lately. Guys, please hit that thumbs up button. Please, please, please. I think we got 475 thumbs up. We got total 29 in both chats. Please hit that thumbs up. One. Hello, Ms. Zelda. Good to see you. It's not frozen. Good now. Okay. Listen to this.
Okay. So this is the information where I've been saying on X where it's problematic because you can look at it either way. Those who work true crime have to think about a judge signing off on a search warrant, right? There needs to be probable cause. And I asked to see that search warrant or what the probable cause was. And the response was that it's sealed. Police confiscated 3 cameras in addition to all the other electronic.
I don't know if he's breaking up.
Police confiscated 3 cameras in addition to all the other electronic devices. Okay. And those 3 cameras were added after Sebastian went missing. One of those cameras was from Chris Proudfoot's daughter's room. Apparently, they installed a camera in her room after Sebastian went missing, and 2 other.
Yeah, this part, it's just the way it is. I don't know why it's like that, but it's just like this, I guess, in the video. Audio is a little wonky, but I will read that part for you because this is very important. Let's see here. After Sebastian went missing, law enforcement descended on his residence and executed a search warrant. They seized multiple electronic devices, and this is where it's interesting part to me. So they confiscated laptops and more. And it's interesting because this is hearsay. This is someone telling me that they had already given over these devices willingly. That part. He's saying that part hearsay. And we know that they said that they have given over devices in the very beginning, right? We do know that. But why are they going back for laptops, cameras, phones, and all of that a year later? He says, I've been saying on X where it's problematic because you can look at it either way. Those who work true crime have to think about a judge signing off on a search warrant, right? There needs to be probable cause. There needs to be a lot of probable cause. And we're going to go deep into that in a minute. And I asked to see the search warrant or what the probable cause was. And the response was that it was sealed. Or what where was I? And that it was sealed. Police confiscated 3 cameras in addition to the other electronic devices, and those 3 cameras were added after Sebastian went missing. One of those cameras was, we'll just say, in one of the kids' rooms. Apparently, they installed a camera in another child's room after Sebastian went missing, and 2 other cameras. And he said, people saying I'm choppy, could be his bandwidth. But then he says, okay, so they confiscated 3 cameras that were added to the home after Sebastian went missing. And then he says, CP, I don't want to use like any other kids' names or anything like that. But it was supposed to be in another child's room. And he says, I don't know what evidence led them to obtain a search warrant from a judge, but he says, according to what he was told by CP is that it was sealed. Now, okay. Then he says, so police executed a search warrant 1 year after Sebastian went missing at the residence. They confiscated electronic cameras. He was repeating himself there. Okay. Bear with me 1 second here.
Interesting. It's also interesting because I don't know. I asked his dad, like, do you trust Katie? And his response was, I trust her with my 8-year-old daughter, right? But then the fact that they had to put a camera in the room just sort of struck me as odd. So that was the first piece. The link should be there for Lady Justice when she joins. I should see her
Hold
Hey, there you are.
tight.
Okay, let me put you on the screen here.
Not my face, please.
Oh, you could turn off your video before I put you up here. But actually, no, I think folks can hear you. I don't even need to put you on the screen. Can everybody hear Lady? And let me know, this is a new setup. But roughly 1 year after Sebastian Rogers went missing, law enforcement descended on his residence and executed a search warrant. This is 1 year after he went missing, seizing multiple electronic devices, including 3 cameras that had been installed after his disappearance.
Okay.
That was.
I'm going to go out and then come back in and see if that helps any. I have no idea what's happening. It could be the weather. It could be YouTube. It could be StreamYards. I'll be right. Okay. Hopefully that is better. Hopefully that is better. Okay. Now listen to this.
That was
almost
the information that he was guarding and did not want disclosed, one of 3. But I want to take a moment for everyone to process that, think about it, and let you comment on it.
That's that's crazy. The fact that they took footage after the fact of him going missing makes me wonder what they wanted to know that was going on in that house afterwards.
Yeah,
for sure.
Well, the cameras imply that, right? Because those cameras pick up everything. So confiscating the cameras, they
Exactly.
obviously took more than that, right? But he seemed to mention those cameras at least 2 or 3 times while we were in the truck. And it seems important, right? When someone is telling you that they trust their partner, and maybe it could be for other reasons. I don't know. I've never put cameras in my children's room growing up. Baby monitors ended when they were babies, right?
Yeah,
so I don't
same.
know.
And
It's up to the parent, I guess.
right, but that meant you did say they collected ones they installed after he went missing, correct?
After these 3 cameras were added after Sebastian went missing, and then when police hit the house.
So he did not apparently want that out, right? And that's really, really big. It is not normal. It is not routine. It is not even remotely close to normal for a missing child that's 15 years old who supposedly walked away on his own, or even was abducted by someone. For them to come back 1 year later and do a search warrant at all, not even close. The bar, I was speaking, I'll just say, to a friend in law enforcement earlier, and the bar for the search warrant 1 year later, when they have already been in the house before, to go back into the house is extraordinarily big. It's huge to get a judge to sign off on that search warrant. Anyway, it is not an easy feat. It's not, right? The judge requires specific, provable facts, such as corroborated witness statements, documented contradictions, documented, not maybe, this, they don't just go in there because they might want something, right? They might. No. That's not how it works, especially after a year. Behavioral evidence tied to the case. Remember, cameras. 3, allegedly laptops and phones and other things. Metadata, digital activity, right? Or it has to be clear, relevance to the disappearance. That is huge, right? Absolutely. Absolutely, Lakeside. Good to see you, baby. Love you. And it has to be narrow. Very, very narrow. You can't go in and just say, we want to search your entire house just because. That's not the way it works in this country at all. It has to be, and I'm going to show you how it's laid out as well, because that is just as important. We would like to come in and just search your rooms and we might get this laptop, we might get this phone or whatever. No, 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 no. They have to say why this laptop is relevant, right? Why it would tie into the disappearance of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers or any criminal case. Very big, very big. And I mean, this is big, big stuff, right? It's not routine at all. It happens when investigators have reasons, big reasons, in my opinion, right? What the judge has to ask themselves, big, right? Is this brand new intel? Did something happen after the fact of Sebastian going missing, that something on the cameras, something on a phone, something on a laptop, a computer, whatever, that is very important, that is vital to the disappearance of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers, right? Is it clear, right? Because we have a right in this country to our personal FX, right? We have a right to your privacy, right? Like your things inside your home and all that. And for any sort of government to come inside that home is big, and they have to have such overwhelming think of it as a chain, right? Think of it as a chain. This leads us to this because of this, and this. It's not just we're going to go in and take away your constitutional rights as your FX in your home, right? If there's any sort of doubt as well, they're not going to issue this. And it has to be a narrow search of likely places, right? They're going to, in a search warrant, they're going to not only name who, what, when, where, how, they're going to name the most likely room, or definitely the room that this is whatever they are looking for is in, right? And that's big, very, very big. Is it, is this a responsible thing for them to do? Now, what late warrants often proceed over three things, three simple but very things after a year, right? Because again, the search warrant that they allegedly did was 1 year, again, after the mother says this 15-year-old autistic boy, Sebastian Wayne Rogers, walked out on his own accord. They've already been there. They've already been through the house. They've already collected other devices, took their other phones, and all of that, right? But a year later, there's only, well, there's more than three, but the three main reasons, right, is there is a sealed grand jury. One, I'm not saying that's in this case. I'm saying reasons why late warrants often proceed over after 1 year. Sealed grand jury. One. Thank you for liking both streams, Carol. There's 877 in both chats. Reclassification of the case, right? Now, one thing that Nerdy told us right there is that according to, he says the stepfather told him that this was a sealed search warrant, right? This is a sealed search warrant. Now, a sealed, it just means, it means that there is a grand jury, but they don't, it's in secret. It's in secret. Just like a sealed, there's no public record of it, right? I'm not saying, I want to make it extraordinarily clear, I'm not saying these things are happening in this case, but what I'm saying is these are three of the most likely reasons why late warrants are after a year, proceeded after a year, right? It means the police or authorities are more or less doing this in secrecy, right? There's not public, you can't FOIA the documents, can't look up anything as well. But according to Nerdy, he says that he was told by, from what I understand, Chris, that this was a sealed search warrant. Now, could be true. It probably is true. In fact, I would probably agree with Chris on that. Yeah. But is there a sealed grand jury? Have no idea. Number one. Number two, why they can late warrants, right, after a year. It can be a reclassification of the case. It can be a reclassification from the case. Again, the reclassification of the case, if this is all sealed, you and I are not going to know about it, right? You and I are not going to know about this. Or it could mean future charges will be filed, right? So we can't see. Can't. What do you mean, Rachel? I don't understand what you mean. The DA would request the probable cause affidavit to be sent. Absolutely. Yes, absolutely. In this case, 100%. Right? Okay. Now we're going to talk about those cameras and those things that was allegedly taken, right, after allegedly a year, right? Again, it had to be something like very narrow in what they were getting. Specific dates as well, right? They're going to request, for instance, I don't remember who the creator was. It might have been Nerdy. It might have been someone else. But whenever sometimes allegedly Katie was talking to investigators in the home, you guys remember that? And Chris allegedly, the story goes, that he kind of butted in during the time that he was talking, or that Katie was talking to investigators. Remember that? Who remembers that? Put a 1 in the chat if you remember that. In my opinion, you cannot get a search warrant unless there is an active criminal investigation. I think there's got to be something, in my opinion. In my opinion, Ellie installed there a form of. I don't know about that, but it's anything is possible. Heading. So you guys remember that. Perfect. Okay. Now listen to this. Investigators, remember this. Investigators always, not always, but majority, overwhelming majority of the time, usually know something exists before they seize it, right? Just like in the Summer Moon Utah Wells case, they have something for them to be there. It's not that you, or Billy Bob called and said, "Oh my God, I think something is in this house." It's not the way it works. Not the way it works. Ellie has to swear to the need of non-voluntary surgery. Yeah, I mean, it's big. Right? So, just like in this case, again, the judge is going to say, y'all were in there 1 year ago. Why didn't you take it then? Right? Why didn't you take it then? Well, it's either it's new, or they didn't have it in the home, allegedly, right? Something to that effect. They knew the cameras existed, right? They have to know when they were installed, where they're pointed, who controls them on their app, right? The apps that goes with the cameras, you can talk in them. Remember, you can talk in them. Remember? And that's something, and they have to know that there's something about these cameras, this laptop, this phone, this, this, that matters to either the disappearance of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers or that to a some sort of case um, of some sort. And it's got to be something big, in my opinion. I'll just say that, right? Hey, Miss Rachel, thank you so much, my darling. You're a rock star. How you doing? Really do appreciate. Always appreciate you. I recall this day well. CP said, reminder of court. Did grand jury originate when Sonny was alive? Just asking. We have no idea about a grand jury, if that's what you mean. We don't know. Truly don't know. Maybe I'm reading it wrong or understanding it wrong. If you want to write in chat, mods, make sure you let me know what Rachel says, please. Maybe I'm understanding it wrong. Oh, are you saying did the probable cause happen after Sonny died, or the search warrant after Sonny died? That's probably what you're asking me. Yes. Yes. From almost certain. Yes. Yep. Thank you so much, Rachel. Thank you, Canadian Cookie. Appreciate you, darling. You're a rock star.
You're a legend in the chat.
You guys are legends. Thank you so much, my dear. Really do appreciate your support. Thank you. Thank you, baby. He wasn't complaining that Ellie took his. Well, yes. Yes, he was. Yep. According to Nina, at least. Yes. Indeed. Indeed. Okay. That's something about every single thing that they take matters. Right? Now, metadata. For instance, cameras, phones, any type of watches, smartwatch, any electronics, any electronics is very, very big. Okay. So right here, metadata, obviously, again, think of it as a chain. The metadata tells the story. A lot of times it's not even so much what's on the camera, it's the metadata on the camera or on the computer that shows, oh, well, it's showing this happened and this could very much be connected to, it's more than likely connected, actually, in my opinion, to what is happening in the case, right? They can see installs, right? Apps, IP logins, all of that. Activity alerts, deletion or viewing logs, right? Because there's obviously you can go in to these cameras and you can search time, dates, all of that. The data's always there. It's always there. Audio enable, disable logs as well, right? This is one people really forget about. People report weird rules, right? If they hear things like, don't say that in the house, right? Certain things. someone says something, right? Or they won't let people in a certain room. Damn, my chat froze again. Shit. Okay. They're obsessed with cameras, right? They told me the cameras record audio. Different things like this. Did I freeze again, guys? Even the smart TV, absolutely. Is that Mohawk? There's Mohawky. Hey, Grace, good to see you, baby. Damn. Hold on, let me look at, I gotta pull up my chat this way because I don't know if it's StreamYard or YouTube or what the hell it is, so I can see while you are writing because everything just freezes on my end. This is big stuff, guys. I'm telling you. In my opinion, I'll say that. And people forget about it. Miss Connie, thank you so much, my love. Appreciate you very, very much. You're a rock star. Thank you for your support, my love. I do appreciate you more than you know, baby. I'm good. Okay. The last thing I see in like on my computer is Canadian Cookie saying the data is forever gone or never forever gone. Okay. Here we go. Now, they can use it for timeline reconstruction. Cameras installed later after the fact of someone going missing or a crime, right? Cameras installed later can show, we're talking about patterns, and it's very, very important, right? Who really lives there? Who really lives there, right? Is something going on that you're telling us that goes on in the house or doesn't go on in the house, and it really does, right? It tells us who comes and goes, how often they come and go, your even sleep routines, right? Well, you went to bed this night at 12 o'clock, but every night since then you go to bed right at 4 a.m. So what made that night so special? Or phone patterns as well. You haven't spoke to me in 3.5 hours or 2.5 hours since the night Sebastian went missing, for instance. Patterns are huge when it comes to what they, not only behavioral evidence, but even digital evidence as well. One second. Because the behavioral is one thing. And if you're not talking to me for 3 hours on a regular basis, especially before someone went missing, such as Sebastian, one second. Right? Behavioral evidence. Before Sebastian, for instance, went missing, it better be a normal thing to talk 3.5 hours to your loved one. And it probably better be a thing that you talk 3.5 hours on a consistent basis afterwards as well, because that really matters, Really, really matters, right? Okay. What else? Any sort of cleaning routines. For instance, if there was any sort of crazy cleaning in any specific spots, or if there was any construction done, uh, removing carpets, removing parts of the walls, or whatever afterwards, right? Or if simply rooms never entered, right? You can't go in that room anymore, or I won't go in that room. That actually matters big time, right? I apologize, y'all. I'm trying to get something. Okay. Now, how investigators may suspect post-event evidence suppression, and this is big, very, very big. If something is suppressed, right? If data vanishes after investigators work, that's why sometimes after people get very comfortable or whatever, they're not going to go to you and say, hey, we noticed that you left a phone, or we noticed that you have this. They're going to put it all together behind the scenes or in their own investigation, and then they're going to just simply, if a judge signs off on it and you convince the judge based on a very high probable cause, you are they're just going to come and get it before things could be suppressed, right? Was footage deleted, right? But metadata, parts of the metadata wasn't, or was it deleted? Where did the cameras point at one point versus another, right? What deletes versus suddenly go off the grid? And is there a pattern of suppression, right? Almost every single time there is a warrant, they are coming for your phones. They're coming because your phone it's more than a diary nowadays, right? Whether, we think of, remember like the Dear Diary kind of thing, but your phone is literally your diary. It's your thought process, even. What you're doing, what you want questions about, all of that, who you communicate with, who you talk to. Very big, 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 big stuff, right? Where someone's going and meeting, if they're fighting, if they're using even code words. It's basically your life. It is, yes. Because not only that, it follows, your phone goes everywhere you do, generally. And if it doesn't go everywhere with you do, either way, the cops win, right? And investigators win because your phone goes with you 24/7. And if it doesn't go with you 24/7 and something happens and you are seen somewhere else, but your phone isn't, especially that it's never happened before, they win. They win either way. Promise you. Again, what they have said to each other. And it's also, phones are also a way that suspects or I'm not saying, necessarily in this case, but in general, they can communicate with each other, right? Whether it's with this phone or another phone that you think they don't know about or think they don't have, right? Thank you, Mr. Lures. Appreciate and love you. Not as much as I love you, girl. Thank you so much. Appreciate you very, very much. We also know that there were two pings. It's very interesting, isn't it? Very interesting. And my last live with Nerdy live stream, I went into that and I look at that one if you didn't, 'cause it's very interesting, very very interesting. But potential suspects have the ability, or suspects, to coordinate, lie, or flee as well. How cases proceed when evidence is mostly behavioral, right? First of all, they have to determine, like I said, what is your normal behavior? If you don't talk to your spouse hours at a time before uh, someone, it just happens to be uh, the night the 15-year-old child vanishes. If you don't talk to them before like that and after on a regular basis, that's a problem. That's not part of your baseline. What was the behavior like before the event? Specifically before the event. After the event is important as well, but specifically before. Right? And if not, what patterns in your life were broke after someone went missing, right? It did something. I don't want to say did something change because that's too broad, but is there certain instances of your behavior with yourself, with people in the home, with others that could help show them that it changed. It changed, right? Lori says, I'll unplug often on purpose and leave phone home. If we talk finances or anything of great importance, we shut our phone down. And see, Lori, that is common for you, right? There's nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. The difference is if you didn't do those things prior, and then your husband, God forbid, goes missing that night, or a child or something, right? And then that night you leave your phone off and you leave it home. It's the pattern before and during the time something takes place. If you've always done that, that's your pattern. That's not out, right? When patterns break, something goes wrong. And that's a huge thing, because when we are creatures of habit, when our patterns are off, right, it's only because something is off in our life. Something is off in our life. If you're saying, you were sleeping from midnight to 6 a.m. And this is not your, your normal pattern, for instance. It's about that pattern. Okay. They're going to look for, identify sudden cover-up moves. Did the habits change right after, right? Corroborate, why now? Is there sudden motive or timeline data, right? Behavior can build circumstantial cases, but it takes time to develop not only momentum, but how you really are, right? Because listen, you might pretend a little bit afterwards, if you have done a crime, if a person has done a crime, but you can't keep it up forever. You will fall back into comfort, or you get tired or something, and it's what they are looking for, right? Miss Leslie, always keeping it real. Thank you so much, my darling. Appreciate you very, very much. Thank you, love you, Bucky. And thank you, Miss Holly. Appreciate you very, very much. You guys are very kind. Really do appreciate you very much for your support. Mohawk, my parents have landline too. Yep. My father doesn't do cell phones either. That's who he is, right? That's his pattern. That's his pattern. Okay, now I want to go back to this video, and I want you to listen to this. Hang tight, y'all. This is really big, in my opinion, guys. The wheels of justice turn slow. Whatever it is, it was a year after Sebastian went missing, almost a year ago from where we are now, pretty close.
For the search warrant. And again, let's think about the search warrant, right? A judge needs to sign off with probable cause. That probable cause document is sealed, as I know it. I reached out to him, said, "Can you pull the probable cause document?" And they said it's sealed. Their attorney tried grabbing it. So I don't know what it means.
That's him
I don't know what
talking
it means,
to
but I
Chris.
felt like it was important, and obviously they do too if they didn't disclose it. I reached out to TBI. TBI pointed me to Sumner. I reached out to Sumner County last night. They have not responded, but I know it's true because the neighbor that I spoke to originally, before I met Chris Proudfoot, she didn't know it was a search warrant, but she said, yeah, roughly maybe it was a year after Sebastian went missing. I saw a whole lot of cops parked out front. I don't know what they were doing, but that led me to obviously the information about the warrant. So I'll let you take the mic.
Sorry. I do remember that. But I never did hear what they obtained. And definitely not that they obtained footage from after. That's going to take me a little bit to process.
Yeah. Well, I'll go on. We'll talk about the dogs. I presume.
Now, the question is, are they doing this anywhere else? Right? Are they doing search warrants anywhere a year after Sebastian went missing? For instance, at his biological father, Seth's house. Not asking if you like Seth, if you dislike Seth. I'm just asking you the question. Are they doing this at Seth's house? Are they doing this anywhere else? No, not that we're aware of. And that matters, in my opinion. Right? I disagree, Lolo. I disagree. I know a lot of people thinks that the Sebastian's case is cold and all that. I don't think so. I think law enforcement is a lot more patient than us. I think so. Even, a year ago, we were like, WTF, are they not doing anything? Well, they were working because all of a sudden, a bunch of police, they were,
first of all, people joining, I like to do my own independent thing on the ground. So if the information was already out there, fine. If not,
Really? Sorry.
The dog thing is interesting. I'm going to stop on the aerial footage so we can see it from the air. And here's how it was described to me.
Okay, now I need to find something in this video. Just bear with me. Go listen to all of this and listen to it again because you'll find something every time, I promise. You will. Okay, what am I looking for? Here we go. We're gonna look for this word. Now what he said the dogs picked up scent. They went across, okay. Bear with me 1 second. Okay, 36. $35, and I guess the dog hit on there. Just bear with me, guys. I apologize. I don't like the dead air, but I need to find this. Off the cadaver dogs. Cadaver dogs is okay. I just got me search dogs. Okay, bear with me. About the dogs, I don't presume. Want to breach with the dogs. Okay. Okay, it's got to be here then. Okay. All right, let me try this right here.
And the three subjects that he didn't want
here it is
broached were the dogs, Sebastian's behavioral health, where police of Landis is Drake's Creek Park, where police searched. It's near creeks. And the three subjects that he didn't want broached were the dogs, Sebastian's behavioral health, and an incident with police. And we're not going to really talk about Sebastian's behavioral health. We know that.
So he didn't want, I understand the behavioral health pretty much aspect of it, but the dogs, and what Nerdy learns right here is very important.
He's autistic. We know that there are behavioral issues with autistic children. Stream is not to go over that. We will talk about behavioral health issues tied into people he knew, meaning connections from school to the neighbors. I don't know where you guys want to start.
Okay. I think it's 30. Something right here. Oh, crap. What did I do? I'm so sorry, guys.
Go over that. We will talk about.
Okay, it was like 31. Okay. Let me get the transcript again. I've got this new mouse. I just ordered another mouse. I cannot stand this mouse. It's got a button on the side, and I hit it constantly. It's very important here. Okay. Okay.
The scent, he said, led across the street to the neighbor's house, and specifically to the playscape that they had. I guess they had a playground or like.
Very good question, Lisa B. Always. Thank you so much. Lisa B says, I wonder if any other search warrants were issued. And it's very interesting you said that, because there absolutely can be, which he says, this is a sealed search warrant, right? So it would not surprise me, wouldn't surprise me at all, actually, if there was something.
Little playscape swings that slide. I don't know.
More.
But the sniff dogs went to that area first.
Listen to this right here.
Went to that area first. If I remember correctly, he said this was in between the house of Bobby and their teens, and in between 3 Muslim women who lived in the house next to them. So the canines pick up the scent, they go into the playscape, and then they take it from there. They go across the street to the creek. In the first video on the ground, you see that sort of shack there, the barn there, where it says Shackle Island. That behind there is the creek. He then says that the canines continue the scent down the creek at some point, and I don't know.
Listen very carefully right here. It's very, very important.
Old Hickory Dam, which is why I showed it. It switches off to cadaver dogs.
Okay. Now, Nerdy says this is stepdad saying that they followed Sebastian's scent all the way down, and then they started with cadaver dogs, and we know what cadaver dogs are for, right? Death. But what's interesting is there was allegedly a phone ping right there at that dam. Right there at that dam. And he's going to talk about supposedly this phone call that was, he says, was called to a family member.
Cadaver dogs led to the dam. Now, I had a whole lot of questions for ChatGPT, because I don't know if someone drowned 6 months ago, if cadaver dogs are going to pick up on that scent or not. I'm not a canine specialist. I'm just relaying what he disclosed. So again, the canines that picked up his scent went across the street first, in between the 3 Muslim ladies' house and Bobby's house with the teenagers. It then took them to the creek across the street, and then dogs, both canines and cadaver dogs, then followed it and stopped at Old Hickory Dam.
Now, Old Hickory Dam is what, 7 or 8 miles away? 7 or 8 miles away. Sebastian did not walk 7 or 8 miles and was not seen by a camera, a trail cam, someone's eyes as well. Now, also, we were told that there was no scent of Sebastian at all. Keep listening.
So I thought that was interesting for a lot of reasons. I've worked water cases before, Connecticut, Riley Strain in Tennessee. Usually the dam is the most interesting area for a deceased person, because they're going to get hung up there. Now, what's interesting is that he told me that the water was exceptionally high at this time of the year. And when it happened, I think if I remember, he said 10 to 12 feet higher than normal. It doesn't sound like they.
Who told us that there was no scent? Police, law enforcement told us there was no scent of Sebastian. The emergency management said there was no scent of Sebastian.
Were able to reduce the water levels to properly check the dam. He also said that there is contention between Sumner County and TBI. Sumner County believes that,
yes,
just summarize, but
listen,
they believe, you know, Sebastian ran away, slipped on a rock, and drowned and died. Whereas TBI doesn't believe that. They believe.
Now, I have told you guys a long time ago that there was a difference in what Sumner County believes happened to Sebastian. I don't believe that they think that he slipped and fell on a rock. But there is or is or was or may, I'll say, that there was where they were, I guess we'll say, taking the place. There's some things I can't say. But I believe there's, I'll just say in my opinion, that there is more than the TBI now that's really working this case privately, in my opinion.
A different scenario here. So I'll let you guys process that, and I'm going to let you take the mic for a second.
Oh, that's crazy. I've thought about that as well. Which it's always been a running theory, and it always will be until, which I always have thought Sebastian is alive, and I do think he is coming home. But I mean, you have to think about the alternative. And
now that's her opinion. I disagree with that, but everyone has, I mean, I appreciate the hope that she has.
Slipping on a rock, and you know, the being that they didn't drain that dam, I didn't know that either. Actually, that bothers me too.
I think it was technically impossible to lower it to a level. I don't know if the Army Corps of Engineers maintains that dam. Typically in other states and areas they do. But
Little Red, what's wrong? What's wrong with Little Red? The dam is very dangerous. Anything that falls in it will be torn apart. Yeah. And remember, they supposedly lowered it.
It sounds like the water levels.
Now, if they lowered it, is that because they got that ping? That ping? Oh, you're ill. I'm sorry, baby. Hope you feel better. She just can't concentrate. It's hard.
We're too high for them to properly check that.
That would make sense because we had some really heavy rainfall, if I remember correctly, right before Sebastian went missing. Flooding.
Also, one of the interesting things when driving the area, that creek was so shallow. I was like, there's no freaking way he's drowning here. But apparently, the way Chris described it was when the water was this high, or when it gets high at this creek, it's not just inches deep. He said it's deep enough to cover a pickup truck and make it float away. So that was interesting to me, and it sounds like the water was that high when Sebastian went missing. And I just worry, you know, and I said this last night on Spaces, I worry. We worked the Kylie Rodney case, you know, FBI experts and dive teams went out there and they missed an entire fucking vehicle. She was not.
Yep, they sure did. They sure did. Let me see here. Okay. Now, let me one second here. But you know, I want to show you this because it's very important before we move on to the next part. Okay, they searched that retention pond and all that. All right, listen to this.
Yeah,
you know,
definitely.
so, and someone's asking in the chat, am I sure? Yeah, there was a massive search on the ground. I don't know if people realize how massive the search was, and I know how far away the creek was, and I asked myself the same question. Still, I am relaying the information that Chris gave. So he said that the canine dogs were actually on top of the dam. Like there's a walkway on the dams, and that's where they stop. So again, he could be misleading me. I am not the type, if anyone.
The canines were on the dam, like the concrete part.
Here knows me. I don't mislead people purposely. I am relaying the information that was given to me. I was wrong on the cell phone. I'll say that. And I deleted the tweet. I think as I understand it, and Irina can correct me if I'm wrong, but he asked me to remove it, and I did because it sounded like it may have gotten confused. Sebastian had a couple, he had numbers pre-programmed on his phone, and when police started searching,
right here,
there was an unknown number.
Now there was supposedly an unknown number on Sebastian's phone.
It was eventually found that it was Seth's grandma, I believe.
Now, again, that is according to what Nerdy Addict says Chris told him. Obviously, police have never confirmed that, so we really don't know. I don't think there's this random number. Now, from what I understand in the beginning, Sebastian could not call anybody except who was in his contacts. It wouldn't let him call out anyone except who was in his contacts. Okay, keep listening.
Is that accurate, Irina? I'll wait for Irina to answer, but they ID'd the number as his grandmother. He did mention that the triangulation went to Clarksville, Tennessee. Again, mother. So mother of whom? Whose mother? Actually, I'm going to go back to his text just to make sure I have accuracy. I'll let you take the mic for a second. I'm going to go.
Okay.
It might have been up here.
I was trying.
Let me find this right here. All right. Sebastian's phone had. Okay, here we go.
I can't find it right now. And also those video clips I sent you last night, I can't find that either.
Sebastian's phone had a number that wasn't identified in his phone. We found out the number belonged to his grandmother. The burn cell phone that I told you.
Okay, now listen. This is very, very, very important. This is Nerdy reading the text that was sent to him allegedly from Chris. CP set up. Oh, listen, you can. It's not going to work in this case.
We found out the number belonged to his grandmother. The burn cell phone that I told you about was a phone that called one of the three parents. It called Seth's phone.
And I mentioned this in the last live I did. The semantics and terminology in this is very interesting, in my opinion. How he writes this. Sebastian's phone had a number that wasn't identified in his phone. We found out the number belonged to his grandmother. The burner cell phone that I told you about was a phone, listen to this, that called one of three parents. One of three parents. Someone had a burner phone. Someone did. I don't know if they did, but someone had a burner phone. Is there an echo? Is there an echo? Only when you played. Oh, in the video. Okay. Okay. All right. Listen to this, okay? I don't hear an echo. Okay, must have been them. Okay, so just listen to this right here.
Belonged to his grandmother. The burn cell phone that I told you about was a phone that called one of the three parents. It called Seth's phone. It doesn't need to sound like Sebastian had a burner phone either, because there is no proof Sebastian had one. That was his response when I tweeted out what I tweeted.
Huh, that's interesting, isn't it? Sebastian's phone had a number that wasn't identified in the phone. We found out the number belonged to his grandmother. The burner cell phone that I told you about was a phone that called one of three parents. And then he says, allegedly, it called Seth's phone. It doesn't need to sound like Sebastian had a burner phone either, because there's no proof Sebastian had one. That was his response when Nerdy goes on to says that was his response when I tweeted out what I tweeted. There was on the stream video. Gotcha. Well, does anyone in chat actually... I'm frozen. Fuck. It's making a weird sound now. Let me go back out and come back in, I guess. One second. Okay. Hopefully that's better. Okay. So listen to this. Justin, it's not that big of a deal. I know, but I want it to go good as best as possible. I worked hard on this, so I want it to go good. Or at least as best as possible. Okay. I don't know if it's StreamYard or if it's Google, or not Google, YouTube. Because, okay. One of the number belonged to his grandmother. Hold on. Let me go before that. Sebastian's phone had a number that was identified in his phone. Sebastian's phone, number one. We found out the number belonged to Sebastian's grandmother. The burner cell phone that I told you about was a phone that called one of three parents. Well, we know who the three parents are, right? It called Seth's phone. That was his response, according to Nerdy, right? He was reading the text there. And then he says after that, or sorry, I didn't read the full text. In that text, he says after that it was one of three parents, and then he says it was Seth's phone. He says it doesn't need to sound like Sebastian had a burner phone either, because there's no proof Sebastian had one. Put a 1 in the chat if you actually believe Sebastian had a burner phone. Put a 2 in the chat if you believe there's no way in hell, in your opinion, that Sebastian had a burner phone. It's when Justin plays a video and his mic is on. Could be. You're probably right. Yeah. Let's see what you got here. Yeah. It's okay if you do. I mean, it's okay if you do. Could be the storm it's nuts everywhere, but my chat's been freezing and things have been off just the last 2 weeks. No way in heck. Not unless he was. Oh, Jen, you got to go back. Lots of stuff in this one. First of all, it's very interesting from, I'll just say what I understand allegedly. I don't know. I think Nerdy might talk about it in this. Don't quote me on this. But one Nerdy saying this, but from what I understand, there was this phone, this burner phone. The last place that it pinged was at that dam.
You guys need me to read that one more time? Sebastian's phone had a number that wasn't identified in his phone. We found out that number belongs to his grandmother. The burn cell phone that I told you about was a phone that called one of the 3 parents. It called Seth's phone. It doesn't need to sound like Sebastian had a burner phone either, because there's no proof Sebastian had one.
Okay, let me.
The piece that
No, I'm here. Sorry.
The part that
right, listen to this right here.
I don't want to talk too much about behavioral health issues. I'll just say there were some. Okay, and one of the behavioral health issues led to Chris Proudfoot having to go to Sebastian's school. I think Chris said the last time he saw Sebastian was on the 2nd, and I believe, if I'm correct, it was at Beach High School. Sebastian had a behavioral health issue with a teacher, acted in a way that wasn't appropriate with the teacher, and he got called down to the office for a sort of parent-teacher conference, if you will. This is the interesting part. So,
okay,
Sebastian.
Okay, now let me just say, I talked about this a long time ago, that the way it sounds, based on my interpretation, the way it sounds, the way it's being explained to Nerdy, is that this was a parent-teacher conference just for Sebastian. You guys know, when I was talking about Sebastian's case a lot, a while back, months ago, maybe even a year ago, there was, I'll just say, staff members that was watching me live, and I ended up speaking to them there, and actually one of my mods spoke with one of the staff members in person, and from what I understand, this was a normal parent-teacher conference, like, for all of the students. You know how, like, they have, like, parent-teacher conference for every, like, semester or whatever? It was something like that. It wasn't specifically for Sebastian. Now, before Sebastian disappeared, this was, from what I understand, this was in early February when this happened. Early to mid-February. From what I understand when this conference happened. Okay. So there's that. Okay. All right. Now listen.
When Sebastian saw Chris sitting down in the parent-teacher conference room, his whole demeanor changed. He knew that he was in trouble. They addressed the behavior issues. That was the last time Chris saw him. Fast forward to the night of the 25th, morning of the 26th, and Sebastian has vanished. Now, it's also noted, it's weird because people are saying this correctly. I was told that Sebastian just couldn't make friends, but then I'm also told by Chris that he was playing flashlight tag with the neighbors. I don't know if, for a kid or a teenager, if
you can ask mob crew, the neighbors, or anything like that. There is zilch, nada evidence of Sebastian playing flashlight tag by himself or with anyone else. He was not going to be out at night like that. Remember, his bedtime, just think of this, guys. Okay, what time was his bedtime normally? What time was his bedtime? I've heard no other creator say this. So let's just get this. What time was Sebastian's bedtime normally? Write it in the chat. Eight, 9, 7, 8, 7, 8, 9. It was anywhere from 7 to 8 o'clock. 7 to 8 o'clock, right? First of all, nobody's going to be playing flashlight tag in the winter time like that. Nobody's going to be playing flashlight tag. And when it does get dark later, he's already in bed. He's in bed at 7 or 8 o'clock. Who's playing flashlight tag at that hour? Number one. Number two, Sebastian, according to the parents, all three of them, Sebastian wanted friends, but he didn't have any friends, right? Third, there is nobody in that neighborhood that will tell you that Sebastian ever played flashlight tag or ever played with the kids in general. Remember, they hadn't lived there an extremely long period of time to begin with. She would have seen him sneak out or return if that was the case. Of course. Of course. Absolutely. Come on, y'all. But why is this being said?
And Sebastian has vanished now.
Listen.
It's also noted, it's weird because people are saying this correctly. I was told that Sebastian just couldn't make friends, but then I'm also told by Chris that he was playing flashlight tag with the neighbors. I don't know if, for a kid or a teenager, if playing with other teenagers makes them or classifies them as a friend. But again, I'm just relaying the information that was given. And the fact that the dogs then went to that playscape, if they were playing flashlight tag and then the dogs go over there, that's interesting, right? And what's also interesting is that I guess couple times Katie or Chris found Sebastian hiding under the neighbor's vehicle. So in that driveway,
That never
I guess he
happened.
wasn't supposed to do that, or
in my opinion.
But it was noted that he hid under that car. So the two, my thought, again, this is pure speculation. Sometimes teenagers can be brutal. I immediately thought to, was one of these teenagers jealous of Sebastian? Was he, perhaps talking to this girl, this older girl that was guiding him down the hall when she wasn't supposed to? And in between the 2nd and 25th, more stuff happened while Chris was gone. I don't know, but putting the information out there, I feel, is important. So.
Not going to happen, in my opinion. Not going to happen. Okay, 1 second here. She heard a thud at midnight or a bang. Yes, a thud. A thud. He thought criminal. Good to see you, honey. Yeah, anyone can chat now and turn it off. Numbers. All right. Let me find this part. Bobby's kids never played with Sebastian. But I think I think Bobby might have said flashlight tag, or someone said flashlight tag one time, and people just fucking ran with it. Sounding, in my opinion, like as well as one of the parents. Right. Okay. 1 second. All right, now listen to this.
Vice versa, I don't know, but he said that he just knew the jurisdiction. He had lived here long enough. He knew whose jurisdiction it was. He knew who would be taking it when they called, and that's why he called the sheriff. He did say Katie left the house to go look for Sebastian. So,
hold on. Let me back it up just a little bit.
I tend to believe that he came home on the 26th when this all unfolded. He did say something interesting about, he explained why he called the sheriff. There was some, I guess, social media buzz about why he called why he called the local sheriff, I think, versus Sumner County, or vice versa. I don't know. But he said that he just knew the jurisdiction. He had lived here.
I don't know. It blew my mind. No, I had to drop down. I was hearing everything that was being said beforehand over it, and then I heard a woman's voice, and I don't know where that was coming from.
Probably Irina hacking our shit again.
He's a young adult now.
Man,
yeah.
I hope not.
Yes.
I don't know. That blew my mind, though.
Leslie, thank you, baby. Why am I in subscriber mode block? I don't know. YouTube's been doing it. I can't even go into Josh's channel anymore. Every time I've been a member over at his channel for like 40 some months. And when I go into his room, it says subscriber mode only. Sometimes if you go in and out a couple times, it'll let you in eventually. Or if you just let it sit there eventually. Sometimes it won't. It's crazy. All right, listen to this.
The older lady.
Very important. Very, very important.
I guess just for me, like I'm a logical human. And so if,
Let me know if there's
I can't imagine Sebastian going and just laying down on their vehicle, right? Why,
no,
Chris?
absolutely not.
So I would assume that's part of a game, right? If I'm hiding from flashlight tag, that seems like a good hiding spot. So I would think that it's true. I don't know. I wish I had recorded, but it was the first time I didn't record a conversation. But I have pretty good memory.
Well, as I've said, I can relate. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off.
No.
To the actions of a child, in the positions. And my kid's not laying down on the ground for no reason. For one, they don't per se like to get dirty.
Gotcha, Nancy.
Does that make sense?
It does. Yeah, it does.
Dirt. The shoes. That's why I said I think he had a pair of shoes hidden.
I don't think there was a pair of shoes hidden.
Trash, or like.
In fact, there is a lot more. There's, like I said, there's just some things. Justin is a member of both of Josh's channels. Yes. There's. I don't think Sebastian had a pair of shoes that was hidden whatsoever. And there's more to his clothes, as Daniel would say, than meets the eye when it comes to Sebastian's case, in my opinion, I'll say. I'll just say it like that. Thank you so much, Miss Promise Rose. Good to see you. How you doing, darling? How's the baby? I think about Sebastian almost on a daily basis. Thank you for continuing to accept it. I can't believe it's almost been 2 years. Thank you so much for 20 months, girl. Appreciate you very, very much. Love you, Miss Promise. Hopefully you and the family are amazing and that baby's good as well. Do I think Sebastian will be found? I think it will be proven that at the very least of what happened to him. And they will have evidence of some sort. For sure.
If my son gets out of his bed, his shoes are on his feet. So, I just.
All right.
I think they
40. Okay,
made it interesting for me because it's in the same area that Chris. Again, and we have to take everything with a grain of salt. I don't have a polygraph hooked up to people I talk to. I kind of talked to them and felt them out, and there is no reason it seemed to lie. I think out of everyone involved in this, his alibi, Chris Proudfoot's alibi, would be the tightest. People I've seen chime in and said, wait, geofencing. I don't know.
Now, I disagree with him there personally, but that's just me.
That there's any factual information about that. I tend to believe that he came home on the 26th when this all unfolded. He did say something interesting about.
Wait, do we get to that? Before we get to that, I do believe that before. I do believe that. Well, we know that Chris came home. What day was it? What day was it? The day that Sebastian went missing. But and he says that is when his phone pinged. When the FBI told him that. I disagree with that. Again, they're not going to tell you, they're not going to ask you why your phone pinged after Sebastian went missing. They're not going to do that, right? Doesn't matter. Ms. Jackie, thank you so much for becoming a member, my dear. Thank you very, very much.
I can smell a legend.
Thank you so much. Appreciate you, my dear. And Robbie, 11 months, girl. Missed you, Mohawk Mom. We missed Mohawk, didn't we? Yes, Mohawk, I text you. Did you get my text when I was checking on you? I said, Mohawk, where have you been? Where have you been, my Mohawk? I miss you guys. You guys are family to me, and I miss you guys when y'all aren't here. So, yeah. Okay. So listen to this part right here that's coming out. It is liberty. Totally. It's totally ridiculous. Very important part right
here. He explained why he called the sheriff. There was some, I guess, social media buzz about why he called who, why he called the local sheriff, I think, versus Sumner County or vice versa. I don't know. But He said that he just knew the jurisdiction. He had lived here long enough. He knew whose jurisdiction it was. He knew who would be taking it when they called, and that's why he called the sheriff. He did say Katie left the house to go look for Sebastian. So in the drone footage where you see me launching my drone, I guess she went over to that church. There's a cemetery there. Then headed back. The conversation that he...
I haven't talked to Chris from Mob Crew in a while. Does he know about this? Does he know about this part? I know he's talking about the cemetery, but does he know this part right here?
Where you see me launching my drone.
Right here.
I guess she went over to that church. There's a cemetery there. Then headed back. The conversation that he said he had was...
She went over to that cemetery where the church is. I just caught that. Okay, I need to give him that. Listen to that.
Fashion. So
Listen
in
to
the
this.
drone footage where you see me launching my drone, I guess she went over to that church. There's a cemetery there. Then headed back. The conversation that he said he had was, Katie called him freaking out. Sebastian wasn't there. Chris over the phone verbally said, well, he's under the bed. Is he here? Is he in the garage? Go check here. He wasn't he wasn't there. He wasn't in any of those places. They had a three-way call with the sheriff.
I'm texting him right now.
While Katie was in transit, she was already moving towards this parking lot or this church. And that church and cemetery is in between each high school. So it's
now, that's interesting. There's an echo. Thank you for telling me. He knows about Katie driving to the school, not the cemetery. Okay, I just texted him. I just caught that. I knew he was talking about the cemetery and stuff. And I need to... hold on 1 second. Give me 1 second. He just texted me. Check this out, guys.
cemetery there. That's why he called the sheriff, who would be...
Okay. That's why you're stellar, Justin. Thank you, baby. I appreciate you. We got it, motherfuckers. Okay. Justin, I am still sick with the head cold. I'm sorry, baby. Boy, we got that shit. How you doing? It only echoes when Justin plays and is not muted. Papa, can you hear me? And by the way, the dogs who went to the construction site were not specific. That is correct. Yes. They were ground disturbance, narco dogs. They are not tracking Sebastian since. The dogs was there like 8:40. Hey, Dr. Pepper Princess. How are you, baby? Good to see you. We all have colds. Yeah, it's fucking crazy.
Be taking it when they called, and that's why he called the sheriff. He did say Katie left the house to go look for Sebastian. So in the drone footage where you see me launching my drone, I guess she went over to that church. There's a cemetery there. Then headed back. The conversation that he said he had was, Katie called him freaking out. Sebastian wasn't there. Chris over the phone verbally said, well, he's under the bed. Is he here? Is he in the garage? Go check here. And He was in none. He wasn't there. He wasn't in any of those places. They had a three-way call with the sheriff. I don't know if it was while Katie was in transit. If she was already.
Yeah. So Chris from the mob crew and Silver on the scene. Silver on the scene. I love him. And Mrs. Silver. They were. I love that you stay on true crime, no drama here, baby. No, they can keep that shit. If you're here for the true crime, be here for the true crime. Right. That's very, very fucking interesting. And I think they need to. I think that's going to be helpful. Knitted, how you doing, man? Good to see you. You are a rock star. And thank you so much, my lovey-dovey. Oh shit, I almost exited out the whole live stream, guys. I was thinking about how KK had time to run to school or in cemetery. There was, guys, I'm telling you, I'll just say in my opinion, there is so much shit to this case. So much shit. Okay. All right. Listen to this right here. Listen to this little part right here.
There, he wasn't in any of those places. They had a
I'm telling you,
call with the sheriff.
Nerdy, guys, make sure you're subscribed to Nerdy. Honestly, honest to God, make sure you're subscribed to Nerdy. He did a wonderful job on this. I can't stress it enough. He did a wonderful fucking job on this, and I appreciate him because he is a straight shooter. He really is. And I really admire him. I really do. I agree, Justin. It's so overwhelming. I do, but it's yeah. Okay. Watch this.
I don't know if it was while Katie was in transit, if she was already moving towards this parking lot or this church. And
for the replay crew and the live chat, Nerdy Addict channel is in the description, and mods are dropping the link as well.
Church and cemeteries in between Beach High School. So it's
hold on, what's that? Hold on, wait the fuck.
You know, and he was in none. He wasn't there. He wasn't in any of those places. They had a three-way call with the sheriff. I don't know if it was while Katie was in transit, if she was already moving towards this parking lot or this church. And that church and cemetery is in between Beach High School. So it's in between where they live in Beach High School. The interesting part is that he said that because the way that he chose the sheriff over the other.
Did y'all hear that? Motherfucker. Did y'all hear that?
Better late than Blanche. Pregnant.
Did y'all hear that? Holy shit. This is why we can all put things together. We can all put fucking things together, Mr. Sisters and Sister Misters. Whatever you are. We can all put fucking things together. How you doing? Oh, I'm going to play it again. Would you play it again? Would you play it again? Underlay. 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 How you doing?
Oh my God!
Let's go. Play it again.
Cemeteries in between. Is he here? Is he in the garage? Go check here. You know, and he was in none. He wasn't there. He wasn't in any of those places. They had a three-way call with the sheriff. I don't know if it was while Katie was in transit, if she was already moving towards this parking lot or this church.
Well, it just so happens that someone What are you doing? You are saying, "Oh, yeah, we was in that cemetery. We was looking around that morning." But what about the nighttime?
FBI, open up!
What about the nighttime? You know what I mean? What about the night?
FBI, open up!
Come on. Yeah, let me read that. Let's read it a little slower. Let's read it a little slower. Let's take it nice and slow, shall we? Let's take it nice and slower.
Hey, thank you.
Oops, wrong one. Wrong one.
Donation.
Oops, wrong one. Nope, wrong one. Damn, I don't know which button it is. Fuck it. Okay. Let's read it slower. He said they were he did say Katie left the house to go look for Sebastian. So in the drone footage where you see me launching the drone, my drone, I guess she went over to the church. There's a cemetery there, then headed back to the conversation that he said he was, Katie called him freaking out. Sebastian wasn't there. Chris over the phone verbally said, quote, "Well, he's not under the bed. Is he here? Is he there? Is he in the garage? Go check here." He gave you no, and he was at none of those places. He wasn't there. He wasn't in any of those places. They had a three-way call with the sheriff. I don't know if it was while Katie was in transit, if she was already moving towards this parking lot or this church. The church and the cemetery is between Beach High School. So it's in between where they live and Beach High School. The interesting part is he said that because the way that he chose the sheriff over the police department. See, Nerdy picked up on something right here. He picked up on something here. He thought, and I'm not trying to speak for him, but he said it's interesting the way he mentions this. The way he mentions this. Babs, how you doing, ma'am? Thank you so much. Adrian, thank you for never giving up. Donation, Sebastian. We appreciate you, darling. We appreciate you.
You're a legend in the chat. That's facts. That's facts. Drop love. Now we running it back. So mad. Big name, big flame. You can tag on a plaque. Say your name. Everybody like, who's that? You a regular. You red. That shine came through. Made the whole page. Rewind. Go star. Big.
Thank you so much, darling. Appreciate you. You're amazing. It was morning 3:45 a.m. that morning. And guys, just imagine if we know a lot of this, and there's things that some of us know that we just can't fucking say. But damn. Nerdy says something right here. That's interesting. Listen. Ooh, girl.
The phone verbally said, "Well, he's under the bed. Is he here? Is he in the garage? Go check here." He gave, and he was in none. He wasn't there. He wasn't in any of those places. They had a three-way call with the sheriff. I don't know if it was while Katie was in transit, if she was already moving towards this parking lot or this church.
Oh my God! Hold on.
Cemetery is in between Beach High School, so
oh my God,
where they live in Beach High School. The interesting part is that he said that because the way that he chose the sheriff over the other police department is that he said by the time Katie did get home, the sheriff was already in the driveway. So that was sort of his I told you I know the jurisdiction better than anyone, and that's why I called the sheriff. They respond faster. This is their jurisdiction. So
his ego is as big as his mouth is. So
there's that. Yeah, I saw that.
I fucking got it. I know exactly.
Sort of. I said
Hold
it
on,
yesterday
y'all.
when I said I'm disclosing this information. Like I said, I confirmed. I knew he
Holy
was seeing my tweets because he texted me on previous nights and clarified.
Holy
given clarification.
shit.
He knew that I was waiting, and then as soon as I said I was disclosing, he called my cell phone 60 seconds later.
It just came to me.
He was already blocked.
Oh my God. All right. So he mentions this nerdy. He's reading the text. Right? And he is saying the following, because they were talking to the police. They were on the three-way fucking phone call. Right? You just heard him. He just said, we're talking. They were on the three-way phone call. He says he wasn't in any of those places, so they did a three-way call with the sheriff. I don't know if it was Katie that was in transit, if she was already moving toward the parking lot or the church. The church and the cemetery is between Beach High School, so it's between where they live and Beach High School. The interesting part is, he said, that is because the way that they chose the sheriff over other police departments is the way, he said, by that time, Katie did get home. The sheriff was already in the driveway. So that sort of thing, he just knew the jurisdictions better. Let's go back. Shall we? We're going to go to our friend of Chronicles of Olivia, my sister girl. Love Miss Olivia, and I love her mommy so much as well. She's the sweetest thing that ever. I'm so happy for her, by the way. Okay, if we can recall this interview, put a 1 in the chat if you recall this interview. Mother chicken.
Katie! Christopher!
Put a 1 in the chat if you remember this interview. Okay. Shaken, not stirred. You remember? Okay. We just hit the mic, sorry. Okay. All right. Getting a little low on the lip gloss. Hey, Angel. Good to see you, darling. Now, you remember my analysis on this. I've done it 100,000 times, but we're always learning. Right? And this body language is so important, if you ask me. And I've always said that, in my opinion, there was something fucking major to it, in my humblest of opinion. Right? Okay. So we're going to give credit to Chronicles of Olivia. Let me drop her link in chat. Make sure you sub up to Miss Chronicles. Right there it is in chat. And I'm going to drop it in the description as well, because I was going to give him credit. Okay. All right. Listen to this. Give me a second. Because if I don't put this in, I will forget it. And I don't want to forget it because she worked very hard on this. Okay. Oh my God, Kelly. Thank you so much, girl. Appreciate you very much. You're a rock star. Oh my God, thank you. You're so good to me, Miss Kelly. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate you. I really appreciate that, Miss Kelly. Means so much to me, truly. Guys, I have a new camera that I ordered. I'm supposed to be getting it tomorrow, but it is a camera where I can. It's a really good camera. It costs a fortune, but I'm trying to really invest here, and I can go live stream on, and I can live stream with like Remy Pearl. This spring and summer, we can go to the playground and all that stuff. So get ready for that. But we'll use it for obviously true crime and stuff as well. Oh my God, April, you are super late, big late. Okay, now I would give you a ticket, but I can't right now because there's too much going on right now in my head. Okay, so you heard Mob Crew saying someone was over there. He's got fucking proof of the light that was over there. Okay. I just caught this. See, 3 creators right here. 3 of us putting stuff together. 3 of us, right? Nerdy, myself, and obviously Mob Crew. He has one piece of information. I have other information. Mob Crew has other, and it's right. Good. Okay. Now, what Chris was talking about here was this. They were on the phone. Remember, whenever KK was, driving, right? Now, remember what she tells us fucking here. Look at this shit.
Now, there's nothing.
Watch the body language.
Everything is still on the table to being looked at.
You just know he's out there somewhere. One other question I have is recently Channel 5 in Nashville, they had security footage that showed 2 flashlights the night he disappeared.
Oh, wait, this isn't
anything...
it. One second. This isn't it. I was thinking this was it. Okay, one second. Bear with me. All right, here it is. Watch it. Watch it right here. Watch the body language. Watch it. Watch it close. We're on mission.
What was going through your mind at that point? Like, what were the feelings that you were feeling?
To censor myself. Holy freaking crap, this can't be happening. Where is my kid? Choice words were used.
Like, keep listening right here.
Where the F is he? I had looked through the house for him because it was typical for him to get up and come and rummage for snacks and things like that. And he likes to dip behind the, walls. And
you can tell this is, okay. Holy fucking shit. You can tell this is a fucking tense point, right? This is a tense point in it. And this is where the cough comes in. Very, very, very important part. Listen to me, children of the corn. Listen. Watch this. The cough is going to happen. Remember what Nerdy just said about they were on the phone with over at the cemetery and they were talking about, or they were talking to the police. Talking to the police. Now listen to what KK says.
Watch, and then he comes out after I come back and he likes to scare me. But after I looked, and mind you, all of this took place in like 1 minute flat. But I didn't see him in his room. I looked all over. I ran through the whole house. I looked out all the doors and windows, and I was like hollering his name. And I picked up the phone and I called my husband, and I said, I can't find him. And he said, what do you mean? I said, he's not in this effing house. I can't find our son. And I jumped in my car and I drove around the neighborhood and I drove over by the school, and he's already at this point I was like hysterical and I was crying, I was screaming, and he was like,
Okay. It's a little low. It's a little low. KK is talking about her going to the school and all that. Now, in Nerdy's text and what he's talking to Chris about, this is when they're saying that this is whenever they call police and they go over to the school and they go over to the church and they go over to the cemetery as well. Now, in my opinion, this is about, in my opinion, this cemetery, this trip is very important with KK, right? Because Chris is telling us she's going to the cemetery and all this. Now, what time was it though? Are they mixing the two stories? In my opinion, just like Daniel did, in my opinion, in Jack and Lily's case, well, he told how the story happened. That is true. The direction that he went and that he turned around and all of that. He's not telling the right time that it was. Right? He wasn't telling us the right time that it was. And that's exactly my next point, Tina. Who's the he's already? I have said this. I was the one that caught this in the beginning, the he's already. Well, who's this he? Because it can't be Sebastian. We're looking for Sebastian. The other he is not at the house. And there is a he that's supposed to be on the phone as well. So look at this. This is very uncomfortable. He's coughing right here. Listen.
I wanted to call my husband and I said, I can't
Gonna
find
go back
him.
to Nerdy
He
and
said,
listen.
what do you mean? I said, he's not in this effing house. I can't find our son. And I jumped in my car and
right here.
I drove around the neighborhood and I drove over by the school, and he's already at this point I was like hysterical and I was crying, I was screaming.
Okay. He's already, I was like hysterical, all of this, all this. Now he's getting ready to cough right here. This is a sensitive subject. You can see it all over in the face. You can see it in their body language, all of that. And then after the cough, go back to any of my videos looking at this. After the cough, she gets, the anxiety for her goes up 1,000-fold. Watch this.
And I drove over by the school, and he's already at this point I was like hysterical and I was crying, I was screaming, and he was like,
yeah, right there. After he coughs, her anxiety goes up, but she says he was like, I was hysterical and I was crying, I was screaming,
and
cough, and he was like, who was he and what was he like doing?
Three-wayed. He three-wayed.
Now, the thing about it is you've got to combine this with Nerdy, what he just told us, and this is so important, and what Mob Crew and Silver found about the cemetery. You get it? All three of us All three of us here. Bam. Because the stepfather told Nerdy about the cemetery and KK going there and the church and all of that. Here is there very uncomfortable. He's coughing. He was already the cough and all of that. And then you have the mob crew and Silver showing, undisputable in my opinion, that there is someone there in that fucking cemetery. I think so. Lisa, that's right. Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm going to show my teacher this, and I better get extra points on my statement analysis that I'm studying.
And was telling them like our son is missing and we don't know what's going on. And he was like, go back to the house. They're on their way. And I ran back.
Okay, listen to this.
Back to the house. And
look at this.
Three-wayed. He three-wayed law enforcement and was telling them like our son is missing and we don't know what's going on. And he was like, go back to the house. They're on their way. And I drove back to the house.
I ran back to the house. Or sorry. Wait a second. He was like, three-wayed. He three-wayed. And he was like, go back to the house. They're on their way. Something like that, right? And then she said, I ran, drove back. She corrects that, right? Now, people say I ran to the store all the time. You don't need to correct that. You don't need to correct it. Right? I ran, no, drove back. Oh, man.
Enforcement.
Listen.
And was telling them like our son is missing and we don't know what's going on. And he was like, go back to the house. They're on their way. And I drove back to the house. And 20 days later, we haven't found him.
Yeah, I can't even imagine how stressful.
Now go back to these live streams of me talking about this, and you will see that I have said these things pretty much from jump. Right after she says, 20 days later, here we are. She's so stressed. She has to end that discomfortable. She's so uncomfortable. She has to end it quickly. She wants to be done with it, right? Because it's a big fuck up. It's a very big fuck up. Okay. Now, listen here, because I'm going to put it all fucking together for you right now. God, quit cussing, Justin. I'm just so excited when I find things like this. Okay. Well, if she was in the three-way, there is no reason for... Exactly. I mean, if you're on the three-way, he doesn't need to say, go back to the house. I've said that from jump as well. Why does he need to say, go back to the house? You're on the phone. You're on the phone with them. Okay. Okay. Now we're going to go to, listen to Nerdy again, because this is very important. A couple different things. And then we're going to go to Mob Crew. Listen to this, because we're putting it all together, folks, I think. Now listen to what Nerdy says here.
I don't know that there's any actual information about that. I tend to believe that he came home on the 26th when this all unfolded.
Oh, yeah. Someone just said, wow, that's very interesting. I don't know if that means anything, but someone just texted me and said, remember CP telling Seth, if you want to find your son, go to church. If you want to find your son, go to church. We're 76 thumbs up away from 1,000, y'all. And we can have a fucking chicken party. Wendy, thank you so much, my darling. Appreciate you. If you receive that pearl necklace, make sure you give Wendy a big old thank you. Thank you so much for your support, Miss Wendy. Really do appreciate that. That's very interesting. One second. She always claimed she was at the school when she was told go back. Why she didn't stop at school was the excuse of Ellie going to the house. Why she didn't stop at the school was the excuse of Ellie going to the house. I don't know what you mean by that one, dear. The one person text me. Thank you, Faith.
He did say something interesting about, he explained why he called the sheriff. There was some, I guess, social media buzz about why he called who, why he called the local sheriff, I think, versus Sumner County or vice versa. I don't know. But he said that he just knew the jurisdiction. He had lived here long enough. He knew whose jurisdiction it was. He knew who.
Again, he's talking about the jurisdiction. That's bull hockey.
Who would be taking it when they called, and that's why he called the sheriff. He did say Katie left the house to go look for Sebastian. So in the drone footage where you see me launching my drone, I guess she went over to that church. There's a cemetery there. Then headed back. The conversation that he said he had was, Katie called him freaking out. Sebastian wasn't there. Chris over the phone verbally said, well, he's under the bed. Is he here? Is he in the garage? Go check here. He gave, and he wasn't he wasn't there. He wasn't in any of those places.
Listen right here. Listen right here.
They had a 3-way call with the sheriff. I don't know if it was while Katie was in transit, if she was already moving towards this parking lot or this church. And that church and cemetery is in between Beach High School. So it's in between where they live in Beach High School. Interesting part.
She was on the phone with Edgar, right? And said she went to the church, went to the cemetery when she was going to the school, right? And then listen to this. Where'd it go? Where's the timestamp? 15. One sec. Okay. This is when the stepdad coughs in the other interview. And the church and the cemetery is between Beach High School. So it is in between where they live and Beach High School. The interesting part is that he said that because the way that he chose the sheriff's, I guess calling the sheriff's office over the other police department is he said by the time Katie did get home, the sheriff was already in the driveway. So that was sort of his, see, I told you I know the jurisdiction better than anyone. And that's why I called the sheriff. They respond faster. That is the jurisdiction. So his ego is as big as his mouth is. I saw that too. Listen.
Jurisdiction better than anyone, and that's why I called the sheriff. They respond faster. This is their jurisdiction. So
his ego is as big as his mouth is. There's that.
Yeah, I saw that too. I saw that with the sort of, and I said it yesterday when I said.
Wendy, and thank you so much. Canadian, thank you so much. I appreciate you guys. It's not showing me on my StreamYard. Guys, if I missed a super chat or a milestone or a membership, please, mods, please tell me, text me or something, because I'm never trying to be ungrateful about something like that. Y'all work very hard for what you have as well, and I appreciate you guys just being here and supporting and all that. So I don't want you to think I'm like snobby or something like that. Wait, what? 15 months. Thank you so much, my dear. I appreciate you. Wait, what? I've enjoyed every second of all these pearls. Thank you so much, my dear. I appreciate you. And Canadian Cookie, thank you so much for gifting a pearl necklace. I appreciate you so very much, my love. And Kelly, thank you so much, my dear. Appreciate you. And Dean, thank you so very much. I appreciate you. Every time I listen to this, every single time I listen to this thing, I learn something. Dean, thank you so much again for your support, my friend. I appreciate that. Okay, let me see if they say anything else about this. So I confirmed I knew he was seeing my tweets. He texted me previous night and clarified or given clarification. He knew that I was waiting. Oh, this is interesting. Listen to what Nerdy says right here, because this is what I think pissed Nerdy off, and he went live on it. So listen to this. And then we're going to go to Mob Crew, because dotting it, in my opinion.
I saw that with
allegedly.
the sort of, and I said it yesterday when I said I'm disclosing this information. Like I said, I confirmed, I knew he was seeing my tweets because he's texted me on previous nights and clarified or given clarification. He knew that I was waiting. And then as soon as I said I was disclosing, he called my cell phone 60 seconds later. So he was already blocked by that time. But he may have an ego. I don't know if it matters in this case. What matters is bringing Sebastian.
Do you hear what he
home.
said right there? You hear what he said right there? Listen, right here, where it immediately starts out.
I saw that with the sort of, and I said it yesterday when I said I'm disclosing this information. Like I said, I confirmed, I knew he was seeing my tweets because he's texted me on previous nights and clarified or given clarification. He knew that I was waiting. And then as soon as I said I was disclosing, he called my cell phone 60 seconds later. So he was already blocked by that time. But he may have an ego. I don't know if it matters in this case. What matters is bringing Sebastian.
Oh, so he was avoiding this topic. He was avoiding this topic when Nerdy was going, was asking the questions. But then when he says, Nerdy was asking for clarifications, he said that I was waiting. And then as soon as I said I was disclosing, he called my cell phone 60 seconds later. So he was already blocked by that time. But he may have an ego. I don't know if that matters. In this case, what matters is bringing Sebastian home. Absolutely. Wow. He did not, in my opinion, he did not want the KK and them it out about her being at the cemetery and the church. In my opinion, that is exactly what he didn't want. He did not want that out, and that's why, in my opinion, he responded within 60 seconds, but he was blocked. Hey, Miss Kelsey, good to see you, Mama. Kelsey. Good to see you. Thank you so much for your support. Love you, darling. We are putting some shit together right now, girl. Thank you so much for your support. 3 different creators, and I just locking it shit together, in my opinion. Thank you, Miss Kelsey, and thank you, Miss Bliss. Appreciate you very much, my dear. Thank you so much. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, he blocked him because he was just tired of the games. He wouldn't answer. Isn't that, to me, that's very manipulating, in my opinion. Wouldn't answer the clarification on something, but then he's like, okay, well, you're not gonna talk about this anymore. Okay, well, I'm gonna put this out if you can't fix this. Ring, 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 ring. Mm. Okay, 5111. Okay. This is where he's talking about the aerial footage. Okay. I think those dogs, they're not wanting to talk. Okay. The police are not wanting to talk about this scent, in my opinion. They're not wanting to talk about this. Okay. I need to go to Mob Crew now. Our friend Mob Crew. Make sure, mods, please drop Mob Crew in. Our friend Mob Crew, Chris from the Mob Crew. And I need to find which one where he was talking about the cemetery. Let me see if I've got it here. Shot. Okay. I don't want to play any of his members only. Shit. Okay, let me find it here. Massive new update. More lights found. New light source. Okay. Give me a second, guys. I got to find one that he's talking about. I got to call Chris in a little bit because we got some shit we got to talk about. Big. Thank you, Mau Mau. Thank you, baby. Appreciate you very much. Very kind of you, my dear. It hasn't. There we go. It looks like I did. Thank you, Mau Mau. I can hit it from there. So, okay. All right. Sorry, my chat with whatever this is. I can only see it with my phone right now because it'll come and go. All right. So let's look at. Watch this. Watch this. Mob, you can use anything I got. Always, you know that.
Great day.
All right, watch this.
And
Because we're all putting shit. I need to take this off. We're all putting this together. All of us. All of us. Okay. Mob Crew. I put Mob Jew. Mob. The Mob Crew. The Mob Crew. Sorry. The Mob Crew. Okay. Guys, I know it takes up a little bit of time, but I always want to give people credit because they work, all of us creators work really hard on this stuff. But we're, we're all putting this together. And I want to give credit where credit's due. Okay. Full credit. The Mob Crew. Look at this, guys. Look at this. Oh, man. Watch this. Chris did an amazing job. We're 4 more from 1,000 thumbs up, and that means we can have a mother chicken party tonight. If you want to, this is my favorite clip of Chris, and Chris is like from the mob crew. He's like one of my favorites. He cracked me up on this.
Not
one.
possible because that area is not visible in the footage. My ass.
My ass.
As for the lights,
I love you, Chris. I do. I promise. When sometimes someone can say something that, and it just makes I laugh at it, because he's just not, Chris. He's not as he's more outspoken now than he used to be, right? But not as. And when he said that one time, I was like, he's like, not possible because my ass. And then he just kind of pauses. As for the lights. Okay. Chris, if you're watching, you can text me or you can join chat.
The part of the front, the black.
It's not members only now. Anyone can chat.
Marble. But yeah, you can clearly see it during the daytime.
Listen to this.
Overlaid into
Listen.
Nighttime. But if you're tuning in, it is a great day. It is a great day.
Let me know if I'm okay. Listen to this. Now watch this. Watch this light that Chris and on the scene found.
Yeah, every time
it's very important, guys.
Play a part, someone
put
says
it all
I can't
together.
hear anything. I can hear myself. So, all right, this last time I'm addressing this, unless one of my mods says there's an issue.
I played it earlier.
Oh,
my rap.
Anyway,
my rap.
Moving on, because there's so much.
Did he do a video on this, Chris? Let me.
Yeah. The Troll Patrol, please help them. I might have to get involved here in just a minute. But yeah, I can see the ones, a couple of them here. If you ladies can see them. Yes.
Just bear with me, guys. This is huge.
Anyway,
unless we're going to put together.
Unless there is an issue where you have to come in and out, but I don't know. Okay, no troll. Okay. All right. That's the last time I'm addressing that because, my God.
Another daytime shot overlaid with nighttime where you can see the memorial to the right, and in the yellow box
okay,
is where
I'm going to do
okay.
Vehicle. But what's interesting is the fact
I'm going to go to this one because it's an explainer video, I'm pretty sure. And this is better because it's not live and it's edited. So listen to this. Watch this.
the surveillance camera that captured the suspicious activity is located approximately here, with 2 cameras pointed towards the east, overlooking the construction site. And
now, don't forget, we're putting together what I put together, obviously what Chris here's put together, and what Nerdy Addict has put together in that interview and all that. Now, listen to this, very important, because we're talking about the church and the cemetery.
Further, the suspicious activity seen on these cameras took place here at this cemetery and also school.
Look at this. Watch, 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 watch.
Just after this suspicious light illuminates for approximately 6 minutes, a little before 3:30 a.m., at 3:32, a headlight of a vehicle can be seen moving south in the cemetery. This would not be the only vehicle seen that night. Another vehicle is seen at 3:45, and just 4 minutes later, another headlight is seen at 3:49. Although there is 2 cameras that overlook the entrance to the church and cemetery, as of now, there is no sign of these vehicles seen, entering or exiting, the only main entrance to the south. On the night Sebastian Rogers disappeared, the suspicious light can be seen again at around 3:40 a.m. It is illuminated for around 6 minutes, just like on the 25th. Then after it's done being illuminated, minutes later, multiple vehicles can be seen driving in the cemetery and at the school. Once again, more suspicious activity the night Rogers went missing. So what is the object?
What are these objects right here at 3:40 in the morning? Right? Well, we have old dude, Chris telling Nerdy about them being at the church and all that, and he apparently did not want that out. He did not want that out. And that's when he blocked him. Now, continue watching.
That is being illuminated for around 6 minutes on the 25th and 26th. And how could it be connected to Sebastian Rogers' disappearance? Here is a daytime shot from the surveillance camera where you can see the construction site. It is also overlaid with the nighttime shot of the suspicious light source. You can see how the suspicious light is just beyond the construction site in the cemetery. As Silver's on the scene, drives through the cemetery,
Watch
you can see that the
this.
construction
This is
site
good.
is to his
This
left.
is good.
As he continues north, he is now in the
Watch.
middle of the cemetery, approaching the loop. As he turns right, you will notice what they call lumbry. This object is made out of highly reflective material, like concrete, granite, and marble. This memorial also sits at a slight tilt when viewing from the east, just like the object seen in the surveillance footage. Notice both objects are rectangular in shape. As you can see here, this memorial has no artificial lighting, not in the front or the back.
Watch this,
so
very
whatever caused
important.
this to be illuminated at 3 a.m. on the 25th.
Watch this. This is so important. So important, this part right here. Look.
Rectangular in shape. As you can see here, this memorial
Holy shit. I hit the button on my thing. I'm sorry, guys. Let me just back up just a second. This is so important to watch, this part right here, because this is going to let you know. It's going to tie it all in together. Just watch. Yeah, I hit my F-18 eject pilot. There I went. There I went. Very important right here. Watch this with this light and this. And not only, it's not just talking. This is proof, in my opinion, and you're going to see it.
Granite and marble. This memorial also sits at a slight tilt when viewing from the east, just like the object seen in the surveillance footage. Notice both objects are rectangular in
Sherry,
shape.
get back here.
As you can see here, this memorial has no artificial lighting, not in the front or the back. So whatever caused this to be illuminated at 3 a.m. on the 25th and 26th had to have come from another light source. But what? The obvious answer would be headlights from a vehicle. But what we discovered about this answer would prove to be quite disturbing and shocking. Seen here is another daytime shot, overlaid with nighttime, where you can see the memorial to the right, and in the yellow box is where we see headlights from a vehicle. But what's interesting is the fact that the vehicle seen at 3:45 a.m. has its headlights facing west on a part of the road that goes north and south. Also, this vehicle appears to be in the middle of the loop, on the west end of the cemetery, in this location. Shown here is the exact location the headlights were seen. Notice how the road isn't very wide. I also figured out that the headlights captured at 3:45 and 3:49 a.m. are at two different heights seen here. Notice when putting a static line in same spot, one light is higher up than the other one, meaning there were at least two different vehicles driving around the cemetery on the night before Sebastian Rogers disappeared on the 25th. So what were they doing, and how did the memorial site light up?
Watch this. Watch.
There it is.
Very important.
What do you see now?
During the control test, Silver's on the scene and others tried many different things to illuminate the memorial in the same way we saw it on surveillance. But every test, including driving next.
Okay, so we just told you about that part, right? He just told you how did that illuminate and all that. And they did these controlled tests and they couldn't get it. They couldn't get it right. But finally, they're going to show you how this happened. Watch.
Next to it, parking near it, using headlights and other objects such as flashlights, just would not create that same illumination effect until on day 2, Silvers on the scene did this.
Okay, to document where I'm at, come in the cemetery this way, go around, it loops around. I took the turn right here and
During Silver's control test, he parked on the west end, in the middle of the loop, seen here on this map. He had turned his car towards the memorial. When doing this, he figured he would try and turn on his high beams as nothing so far had worked up to this point. Upon doing this, he illuminated the memorial just as it was seen in the surveillance. Here was his reaction.
Look.
Okay, to document where I'm at, come in the cemetery this way, go around, it loops around. I took the turn right here and I've come down to where I'm sitting right here. So watch this. Of course, when my light's off, you can't see anything. If I turn my lights on, I can see just graves and grass. But imagine for a moment that somebody was there and said, hey, I can't see. Turn your high beams on. Of course, it opens up the whole area. I see more. And what do I see? The monument. And they're telling me they can see it on the camera, just like the footage we've been looking at. Boom!
Oh my God!
This spot Silvers is sitting at is the same spot where the 2 vehicles seen on the 25th were exactly positioned. And what's even more crazy is the fact that one of the vehicles at 3:45 a.m. appeared to have come out of the gravesite in that same spot Silvers was parked, as if they had been backed in, then pulled out and turned south.
Boom. Boom. There you can have it. There you have it. And then we've got Nerdy showing these receipts about Chris. Oh yeah, Rajui. Oh yeah. About KK going to the church and the cemetery and wouldn't speak about it anymore until Nerdy said, okay, fine. I'm blocking you. I'm putting it out then. 60 seconds later, supposedly got a call back, but it was too late. He blocked it. He blocked it. Blocked Chris. And then you have Chronicles of Olivia, where they did that interview. He was like, don't talk about that cemetery. Don't talk about the church. Don't talk about it. Don't talk about it. There you go. There you go. Three something in the morning. So, Justin, what are the cars doing there together? Well, I'll just say law enforcement knows. In my opinion, law enforcement knows. Now watch this. Watch this.
Before we put all the pieces together, let's go over the night of the 26th. Sometime around 3:10 a.m., the suspicious flashlights in Rogers' neighborhood are seen.
Lolo, who's saying that there's been no human remains collected? And if somebody is saying there's human remains collected, they're lying. They're flat out lying. Truly, no. There's a lot of conspiracy on this case as well, but no.
With an unknown vehicle doing a 3-point turn. Not long after, activity at the cemetery begins to happen, where we see the memorial light up again for 6 minutes. During this same
Hold
time,
on.
we
Listen
then
to
see a
this. Very
vehicle
important. Listen. Listen.
together. Let's go over
Listen.
the site in that same spot.
Listen. Now, remember those flashlights? Remember those flashlights where Nick bare ass put it out? Right? Around the same time. There's some stuff going on in this neighborhood after 3 a.m., mother chickens. And I remember that. Remember that. Right around the time Seth, I, and all of us did Nancy Grace, that was close to the time that those search warrants were done. Around the time. It was within a month or so. So these lights, there were people in that neighborhood. Okay. There were people in that neighborhood. The neighbors know it, what they saw. They know what they have and all of this. Now look at it being tied together. Well, Trash Panda, it's interesting you say that. I want to be clear. Trash Panda says CP's truck pinged in the area that night, didn't it? Question mark. Well, a few different things I want to say. One, police has not, authorities have not came out at all and said anything is pinged. However, Chris himself has said that his truck pinged. Now, the distinction that he says is, I'm just trying to, be absolutely fair here. He says that his truck pinged after he got home on the 26th, after about 1 p.m. That is what he claims. Now, my personal opinion on that is, I don't believe, and you can't convince me, that police give a damn or would a nickel about him talking about his truck being at home at 1 o'clock, 7 hours after Sebastian went missing. Don't talk about my truck. Yeah. So you're not going to convince me about that. I believe, this is my opinion, and it's, in my opinion, logic as well, that the only fucking time that law enforcement is going to care, in fact, they actually said it, Sunday afternoon into the early hours of Monday morning. That is their words. We are looking for things Sunday afternoon to Monday morning. And that, in my opinion, you hearing it all here, tells you that they don't care about after Sebastian went missing as far as pings or anything. It doesn't matter. It doesn't fucking matter afterwards. It does not matter. If they know where you're at, obviously you're home. Obviously your truck is pinging, or your Wi-Fi or whatever, because you're home. You're home because Sebastian is missing. They don't care. They don't care. They only care, which is what they said, between Sunday afternoon into the early hours of Monday morning. That's it. That's all. That's it. That's all. And I'm going to show you that in just a second. Bear with me. I'm going to play this and listen to this because it's very, very, very good.
Silvers was parked as if they had been backed in, then pulled out and turned south. Before we put all the pieces together, let's go over the night of the 26th.
No,
Sometime
Sebastian is not buried in the cemetery. Absolutely 100 million % not. Listen to oops, wrong one.
around 3:10 a.m., the suspicious
Listen to this
flashlights
right
in
here.
Rogers' neighborhood are seen along with an unknown vehicle doing a three-point turn. Not long after, activity.
Shit, I was muted. Sorry. This is the lights that we originally seen that they said was behind the house. It's not behind the house. It was never like behind the house like that. But look, watch this.
Before we put all the pieces
Watch
together,
this.
let's go over the night of the 26th. Sometime around 3:10 a.m., the suspicious flashlights in Rogers' neighborhood are seen along with an unknown vehicle doing a three-point turn. Not long after, activity at the cemetery begins to happen, where we see the memorial light up again for 6 minutes. During this same time, we then see a vehicle at the school near the stadium, first heading north at 3:47 a.m., near the same time the memorial is just beginning to fade out, seen here in this overhead view. A few moments later, we then see that same vehicle head south at 3:49, just minutes after the memorial is no longer illuminated. Then literally 2 minutes later, we see another vehicle heading south, leaving the cemetery at 3:51. We first see this vehicle in the cemetery located here in this overhead view. Then a few moments later, we can see it exiting the church parking lot at 3:53 a.m.
That's why there's a cough right there when she's talking about going to the school. Don't talk about the cemetery. Don't talk about the church. Why would they be at the cemetery, Nancy? Well, if you didn't, someone will have to write in the chat. I can't say it. Someone will have to write their opinion in there. So I'm going to show you something right here. Just give me 1 second as I can find it right here. Okay. Actually, let me just play this while I find this 1 second.
This vehicle was seen on 2 different cameras exiting the church and cemetery. Keep in mind, this is the only time we have seen a vehicle enter or exit the church and cemetery around this time frame on 25th and 26th. Now, what are the chances that 2 different vehicles would be seen exiting the cemetery and school 2 minutes apart at around 4 a.m. in the morning the night Sebastian Rogers disappeared? So how do these puzzle pieces all fit together? First, we have to look at where the suspicious vehicles were seen on the 25th. Just after the memorial is lit up for 6 mins, we see a vehicle leave heading south at 3:32 a.m. It's possible this vehicle was the one to use its high beams to illuminate the gravesite as it was positioned east in the middle of the loop here, and in the process accidentally illuminate the memorial, perhaps using its lights to illuminate an area to prepare a hole or a grave. Then this vehicle leaves. Then a vehicle parks in the same area, but this time backs up into the gravesite, perhaps to haul some dirt or something else nefarious. Then when pulling forward to turn south, we see two headlights. Unlike the other lights we see, it's clear there is two balls of light, meaning this vehicle is likely facing west, in an area it shouldn't be unless it was backed in. This vehicle then goes south around the loop.
I'm going to show you something.
As you can clearly see, there was at least two different vehicles on the 25th shown here, with the different headlight heights. Also, you can see that 4 minutes later, another vehicle, likely a truck, was seen moving south. But what's interesting is the way the light gets distorted upwards. Here, take a closer look. Notice how the headlight ramps up behind the tree, as if it was getting elevated. We believe it's possible that when exiting west out of the gravesite, it hit this bank next to the private drive seen here in this photo. Whatever caused this light to distort like this was caused by something extreme.
Very extreme, like a car or a vehicle. Now, remember this right here. Let me show you. Look at this right here. Don't forget this. Again, Mr. The stepfather says, and I want to make it clear what he says. He says he told the FBI that was his. Yes, it was his truck, but it was after he got to the. Why is it not working? But it was after he got to the house after Sebastian went missing. Listen to this.
Ms. Prophet.
Why the fuck won't it work? Just listen to this part right here.
That the Sumner County Sheriff's Office has reiterated that people should be keeping their own personalized searches around their property. The Sheriff's Office also is asking people to check their home surveillance videos, specifically between last Sunday afternoon through Monday morning. The Sheriff's Office also is asking people to check their home surveillance videos, specifically between last Sunday afternoon through Monday morning. And so keep searching through your video again if you have links.
There you go. Nobody has put that together like that. Well, again, I've said from jump, they don't care what happened after Sebastian went missing. Don't care, right? It is just when leading up and when Sebastian went missing is when they're going to check what was in that area. Right? And listen to what they said.
So keep searching through your video again if you have links.
Right here, maybe it is.
A morning. The Sheriff's Office also is asking.
Hold on. Listen.
The Sheriff's Office also is asking people to check their home surveillance videos, specifically between last Sunday afternoon through Monday morning. The Sheriff's Office also is asking people to check their home surveillance videos, specifically between last Sunday afternoon through Monday morning. And so,
okay, Sunday afternoon is the afternoon that Sebastian and KK were, and the family was all riding around, and then KK, Sebastian's mother, and Sebastian went back home and stayed for a little while. Few hours, couple hours, and then Sebastian and her leave. And then we have it where Sebastian's is seen on camera at the steakhouse, right? And then they left the steakhouse. Nothing happened at the steakhouse that, nobody took Sebastian at the steakhouse. There was nobody looking out or anything like that. There's people that'll say that. I can 100% tell you there's not a lot of 100% I can tell you in this case. And I can 100% tell you nothing fucking happened at that steakhouse. Nobody was looking out at Sebastian. Nobody, anything like that. They made it back home. And then the evening started taking place. And in my opinion, right after they got home, before midnight, something happened in that home, in my opinion. That was the last public sighting. However, they do have audio and or video of Sebastian in the car with Katie going home, and they have them getting going to the house, and they have in my opinion they have someone taking the trash out. I do believe Sebastian took the trash out. I absolutely do. And I believe, in my opinion, that's the last sighting law enforcement has him alive. It looks like Sebastian was eating mac and cheese and not salmon like CMP. But again, Chris says that, yes, something on his truck pinged, but it was not during the night Sebastian, he says, walked out of the house. He says it was whenever he got back to Nashville. But I disagree with that. That's what he says. I personally have a different opinion on that, because exactly what I just showed you here with law enforcement, having the media, and actually Ken from the emergency management is here in this interview. This is cut, but they are asking between Sunday afternoon, which is right before Sebastian went missing, and Monday morning, right? Why would they ask, or why would they ask Chris about 7 hours past since Sebastian was missing? Nobody cares. There was all kinds of people, police, searchers, dogs, neighbors, everything, media at 1:00 in the afternoon that day. They don't care. Sebastian is already out of there. Whether he was taken out of there from his home, whether he was abducted, or whether he walked off on his own, it doesn't matter.
Miss Proud.
One second. Again, here is Ken Widener right there.
Well, that the Sumner County Sheriff's Office has reiterated that people should be keeping their own personalized searches around their property. The Sheriff's Office also is asking people to check their home surveillance videos, specifically between last Sunday afternoon through Monday morning. The Sheriff's Office also is asking people to check their home surveillance videos, specifically between last Sunday afternoon through Monday morning. And so keep searching through your video. Again, if you have video that is of interest, you can send that directly to Sumner County Sheriff's Office, and we have where you can upload it on our website, News Channel.
Sumner County teen now in a third morning. The TBI did issue that Amber Alert yesterday. Peyton Kennedy is at the search command post in Hendersonville for us.
Neil, exactly. You may have received that Amber Alert on your phone yesterday afternoon or seen the billboards over the interstate. It's all for 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers. And it's a heartbreaking development because this does mean that law enforcement now has reason to believe that Sebastian has either been abducted or is in serious danger of injury or death. And this does mean that law enforcement now has reason to believe that Sebastian has either been abducted or is in serious danger of injury or death. It has been an all-hands-on-deck effort. On Monday, the Sumner County EMA director says there were over 200 searchers on the ground, plus canines, helicopters, and drones. There's been help from about 24 agencies with rescue and dive teams on standby. We're told nothing is off the table.
I've actually been allowed into some neighborhood Facebook pages. I've actually been allowed into some neighborhood Facebook pages. And we're following those and communicating with them. And they've got watches going on in their neighborhoods. A lot of people, review your camera footage and see if you get someone that matches Sebastian's description.
Do you remember, for those of you that's been on this case a long time? Okay, Sassy, thank you. For those of you that's been on this case for a long time, do you remember me telling you that the TBI told everyone to look at their cameras and all that? And the TBI went to look at the neighbor's cameras, right? And they went to one neighbor's house, and they came back later, and they looked at a specific part, and this was on Kellen, by the way. This was on Kellen. And when they saw that specific part, they looked at each other. Do you remember that? Does anyone remember that in chat? Mm-hmm. Yep. Okay, and you're going off. Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's very important. Very important. Okay. Now, 1 second. Hold on, I'm getting something in 1 second. Okay. Okay. All right. We're going to go to the mob crew and look at this real quick. It's apparent as shit, in my opinion, but that's just me. Now, watch this. Remember where we were. Remember what? We're all putting it together, in my opinion. Allegedly.
The other major thing to note is there is no sign of any vehicles entering or exiting the cemetery or church on the 25th. There are only two entrances, the main one off Long Hollow Pike, and the only other one is off Ward Lane to the north, but it is fenced in and has a gate with a lock. It appears these vehicles likely entered off Ward Lane or somewhere off-road, like between school and cemetery. This also adds to the mounting evidence of nefarious activities. On the early morning of the 26th, when Sebastian Rogers allegedly went
Watch this
missing,
right here.
you have the mysterious 3 a.m. lights going on next to his home. Then 20 minutes later, activity at the cemetery begins to happen. What are the odds of that in true crime? I believe they could have been preparing the night before of the 25th at the cemetery, perhaps getting a hole or even a fresh grave ready one night before. Then on the early morning of the 26th, the parties responsible for Rogers' disappearance move him to the cemetery with things all ready from night before. This would make sense as to why the timeline and order of events lines up
Now,
with what...
I disagree with this part. I don't believe Sebastian is in the cemetery or anything like that. And I can't tell you why I believe that. Well, I've told you guys that I can tell you that remember when the stepfather left, right? What was that? Was that Tuesday or Wednesday? I can't remember. When he went back, there was 2 people with him that evening. There was 2 people with him that evening. That was close to where Silver found the Jeep in the water. I don't know. I didn't see that video. Okay. 1 second. What is this? Oh yeah, I got this. Yeah, about him talking about Nancy Grace. Yeah. Yeah, Sebastian's out there. And there, in my opinion, people know better. Not only that, how can I say it? Law enforcement knows, remember that search warrant a year later. Okay, was Wednesday when he would left to get the 5th wheel. There was 2 people with him that evening. There was 2 people with him that evening. And I know that. I know that. I know that. Okay. Now, doesn't mean he was doing anything nefarious. I'm not saying that. But there was 2 people with him that evening. I think Chris from the mob crew and them had ground penetrating radar or something. Nope, I don't bow. I don't think it's late. I think remember that search warrant a year later doesn't mean there wasn't search warrants in the beginning. Of course there was. They went through that house with a fine-tooth comb. In fact, it's actually, which if I talked about it earlier, it's way harder to get a search warrant a year later when you've already been in that house. Right. So there's that. Guys, I'm kind of tired. I need to end it here. I've been here 3 hours and 33 minutes. We're going to come back tomorrow and talk about this. We're going to do a chicken party. You ready for that? You think the night before was a practice run? I don't know. Kate, you got to go back. You got to go back on this one. It's a long one, but just maybe while you're cleaning or something, listen to it because this one's got a lot. A lot. In my opinion, allegedly. Guys, can we have a chicken party?
Katie! Christopher! Katie! Christopher! Katie! Christopher!
And it
To
was
Mr. Proudfoot. To Mr. Proudfoot. To Mr. Proudfoot.
Yes,
Mr.
ma'am.
Proudfoot, what happened?
Oh. Suck it now. Oh. Suck it now.
A bullshit? A bullshit? A bullshit. A bullshit.
Oh. Suck it now. Oh. Suck it now.
Girl, how I look? Like a damn fool. No, them veneers don't make that look no better. Girl, bye.
Get up off me. I said that's enough. Let my goddamn titty go. You act like you starving, Monquito. Now I said that's enough. You want to bite me? Huh? Okay. That's how I feel. Now get up off me. Got these people recording me act like I don't feed your ass. And look at your damn daddy just sitting there. You need to come get your damn daughter. She get this shit from you. Now let my damn titty go. You didn't eat. Let it go. Because at this rate, I'm not gonna care if Monkey Protective Services come get your ass. Now let them go. You didn't eat and you acting like you starving. Okay, we won't listen. We won't listen. Who is that? Oh, I thought I heard something. Now get your... Okay, let me just turn my ass around. Now, didn't I tell you to let my shit go? Now, I'm not about to keep playing with you in front of these people. I'm trying... Okay. Let me see who looking. Okay, hey.
The following is an actual video of Daniel cleaning his room, answering his phone.
Hello? Hello? I said don't disturb you, I'm cleaning my room!
Stop. You love touching my belly. Oh, you make me feel so sexy and confident. Oh, let me back up so you can look at it. Hi, look, babe. Stop playing. I just fall hot when you do that to me, boy. Come on now. Oh, look at these legs and stuff you got. Oh, I think I want to touch and kiss up on you real quick. What's up? In public. Let's do it right here in public, babe. What's up, boy? Come on, let's do it in public, babe. Stop playing with my time. Come on, boy. Come on, babe. Let's do it in public. Ooh, don't start nothing. Won't be no start, no shoe, won't be no stuff. Come on now, touching my titties and all that. Come on, boy, in public. Ooh, let me take this leg real quick and then. Ooh, where you going? Where you going, babe? Come here. Touch on me. Tease me. Nah, for real. Come on, let's go. What you doing? Baby, come on now. We got to get to the barbecue. Stop playing now. Stop playing with my time. Oh, let me get up here. Oh, look at that butt. Oh, take this shirt off real quick. See, let's go on and get wet out. Let's show them the way, because you know I do what I do when I do it. Come on, babe. Come on. Oh, this shirt is cute. Come on now. And let me tell you something. Why you liking that girl photograph on Instagram? I told you about getting too friendly-handed on Instagram. Stop liking their pictures. Stop liking their pictures. Do you hear me? They don't need you to know you. Stop. Stop liking their pictures playing on my time. Come on, babe. Let's go. I'm hungry now. They waiting on us. I want me a rib sandwich with some little cheese. Boy, get from behind me. See you. Let me see what's going on with this little piece of fruit, baby. Clear my throat. Got a good little ring to it, not tart at all. Very sweet. Let me get on up here, baby. I don't need everybody in my mix. See, you don't need to see Big Mama eat her oranges. Go on back the camera up and stop playing with my time before I get active mode face. Take me away from the pain and you bring me paradise. So let's put it out of here, guys. What's going on? We need to go down there to that barbecue shack. See, last time they shorted me a rib. I need all my meat. I want to feel ribby. Man, with my time. Girl, I ain't know they closed down the food town. Nobody really shopped there anyway. Shit, they always play with people's time. Girl, look at Bonita. Dumb ass, playing with people's time. Girl, it's too hot out here to be having all that on, all that black and hoodies. You look like a hoodie.
Oh. Suck it now.
A bullshit?
Oh. Suck it now.
Yeah, me my cocoa butter cheese. Yeah, right there. Give me a kiss. Damn, you got to be an Instagram model or something. Here, put this shit on your gram right here. There you go. Yeah, give me a kiss. Don't move. This one going on the wall in my trailer.
They can shut their chicken tone, chicken bone, Google Chrome, no home flip phone, disown ice cream cone, garden gnome, student loan, full-blown Indiana Jones, overgrown Flintstone, X and Y chromosome, Fred Zone, Sylvester Stallone, AutoZone, professionally seen Silver Patron. Silver Patron. The fuck up. The fuck up. How you doing? Yes, man. Thank you all so much for joining me. I do appreciate each and every single one of you. There's a lot more about this that we're going to talk about probably tomorrow. But guys, there is so many kids missing right now. It is crazy. Crazy. If you don't mind, I do want to show you one child that's missing. I was planning on hopefully doing this today, this live stream, and I didn't get to it. This is missing endangered child. If anybody in South Dakota, this is very important. There is a child, I think he's 11 years old. He has been missing in minus 40-degree weather in South Dakota. You're in South Dakota, Susan. Please watch out for this. I'm going to try to do this live tomorrow, but I want to mention it right now. This is missing 10-year-old, and I don't know. I've not done a lot of digging on this at this point, but I'm a little concerned. I'm a little concerned about this. I'm a lot concerned, but about what's actually happening here. This is, let me see here. Let me find it. 1 second, guys.
Sioux Falls police bring it.
Oh, crap. This is Sioux Falls police bring in canine to help endangered missing child case. This is 7:15 p.m. The Sioux Falls police are urging residents to stay away from the search and rescue related to the disappearance. His name is Joel Taken Alive. That is his actual name. Joel Taken Alive. 10-year-old Joel Taken Alive. Right there. Okay. And I'm really concerned about this. Okay. Let me show you. Here. That's how you spell it. Joel Taken Alive. He says, we are diligently trying to locating Joel. A statement read that the department Facebook page, nearly 18 hours after the police first alerted to the child absence. While we greatly appreciate the community's willingness to help for the search, we are planning a search with the dog that will require people to stay out of the area. And Angus Leader report, that's the news group, at the scene of a community-led effort, the search between 5 and 7 p.m. confirmed with law enforcement that there's a canine scented was searching based on items of clothing provided by family. At 6:45, an endangered missing advisory went out. Guys, it's minus 40 degrees. As of 11:30 a.m., so that was 12 hours. We're now at 24 hours. And someone says, quote, "My hope is that he is found with a friend or someone like that and is warm and may be sleeping." And that's when the parents woke up this morning. They realized that they had an extra kid in their home, hopefully. Who said that? Okay, that was the police department detective that said that. But something is really wrong here. Let me show you a video. I don't get a good feeling about this. I'm just going to be honest with you. I don't get a good feeling about this. First of all, a 10-year-old cannot survive minus 40 for very long.
Breaking news this midday on the west side of Sioux Falls. Authorities are searching for a missing boy. Here is his picture. They're looking for 10-year-old Joel taken alive, who hasn't been seen since early this morning. A command post is set up on West 12th Street by the Dollar General store in the area you see on the map. Killerland's Sydney Hoyer has been monitoring the situation all morning and joins us live with the latest on the situation. Sydney, what can you tell us?
Hi, Maddie. I'm here on West 12th Street near the area where 10-year-old Joel taken alive was last seen. Since then, it's been almost 12 hours, and police are out here. They've been searching in their cars, on foot, and using a drone. Now, a lot of those officers were here in the Dollar General parking lot a while ago, and then some of them moved over to the Case parking lot, but they are still searching. We're going to keep you updated on this, but for now, reporting in Sioux Falls, I'm Sydney Hoyer.
So, that's it. Oh, let me show you this right here. This is supposedly the footage that he was last seen. Watch this.
Early this morning, and it's
Oh, hold on. Y'all don't see it, probably. Oh, you wait a second. One second, guys. Y'all want to see this? They're saying that this is the last footage of him. He was supposedly shoveling snow or something like that.
Seen since early this morning, and his disappearance triggered a citywide emergency alert.
Killerland's Sydney Hoyer has been following this story all day. She joins us with a look at the search. Good evening, Sydney.
Watch this right here. Good evening.
10-year-old Joel taken alive was last seen around 1 o'clock this morning. At the time, it was just 10 degrees out. With the wind, it felt like minus 4.
I thought they said some of them said minus 40, or I guess it got colder. Why was he out at 1 o'clock in the fucking morning, a 10-year-old?
At the time, he was wearing an orange sweatshirt and red and white shoes, which you can see in these photos shared by police. He is 4 feet and 6 inches tall. His last known location was on Regal Place, which is just off 12th Street near Dollar General. That's also where authorities focused their search earlier today. This was the scene at the Dollar General store on West 12th Street around 10:30 this morning. There were more than a dozen police, SWAT, and sheriff's office vehicles in the parking lot. The West Side store is just a few blocks from where Joel taken alive was last seen. Authorities gathered at the store and then spread out in the surrounding neighborhood. Some were on foot and others were in cars. The sun was out, but the temperature was 13 degrees and the wind chill was minus 6. So searchers were bundled up in stocking caps and heavy winter gear. Authorities also used a drone to get a different perspective. The search in this neighborhood continued for nearly 3 hours before moving into other areas. This is not the first time Kelloland News has reported on this missing child. Police
I didn't
asked
know
for
that
help
part.
looking for him back in October. In that case, he was found within a few hours. Taken alive has still not been found. If you
Didn't
have
know
any
that.
information about the missing child, you should contact.
But did know that. That's interesting. If he was if he's disappeared before, that's interesting. I still want to know why the hell at 1 o'clock in the morning this kid is outside. Number one. Number two, I forgot what number two was. Sorry. I'll think of it in a second.
Took off in a sweater, and it's just, he doesn't understand how dangerous that is.
Joel, taken alive, moved into his dad's home in about 2023.
He won't get the same attention because he's not a white blonde hair with blue or green eyes like I am. He won't get the same attention. And that's bullshit.
Stepmom, Angela Chasing Hawk, tells me of the frequent meetings with social workers to get him settled in. Joel quickly found a place in Angela's heart.
He's a funny boy. He's always smiling. He always has a good story, drawing or coloring or reading books.
Before moving in, Chasing Hawk describes a traumatic past, initially raised by a relative.
When she passed, her mother took him in, and then she ended up passing.
Angela says her husband learned of his son Joel and his need for a home.
He started contacting the agency and doing all we can.
I'm really worried about this baby. I'm really fucking worried about this kid. Like, my heart breaks for this kid. Like, if he needs a home, I'll go, I'll take him. Kelly, thank you so much. 8 months, baby. Appreciate you very, very much. Thank you for your support. Do appreciate you, my love. Truly, truly, my love. Thank you so much for your support. They just don't get the same.
And we got him placed into our home.
She says she's been worried for him.
Could be too trusting of situations. He thinks it and he'll just do it. He's like, I see a car door open, I'm going to open it, I'm going to do it. And so he does it.
While Angela says the school and law enforcement have been great, there's been frustration in trying to get the help she believes Joel needs.
He's talked with his social workers several times about the things I've noticed as a mom. Get ahead of it, that, he's going to have a hard time.
She says mental health providers point out he hasn't committed a crime or hurt himself or others.
Oh, well, it's not bad enough yet, so we'll just let it go on.
Angela says the day has left.
This kid has in my opinion, this kid has absolutely no guidance whatsoever. Kids are going to be kids if you don't guide them, right? They're going to fall into the path of least resistance. What is his parents doing? Where are they at? Why are they out there at 1 o'clock in the morning?
Her frazzled, but she hopes that others continue to look for her stepson, who has hid from police before.
He's very slender,
He's
but
10.
He has long hair, so he could be mistaken for a girl. But he does have a really bright orange sweater, and we just really wish he would come home so we could help him.
Some have been asking why an Amber Alert was not enacted today. According to Sioux Falls.
I'm wondering if he was running away like the kid in Oklahoma. I don't either, Mohawk. I don't either, to be honest with you. She's talking down to a missing kid, in my opinion. Joel, taken alive, moved into his father's home in 2023. His stepmother, Angela Chasing Hawk, said she had a frequent meetings with the DSS social worker to help him settle in after a traumatic past. Quote, he just took his sweater and he doesn't understand how dangerous that is, end quote. Why isn't he in bed at 1 o'clock in the morning? Before moving in with the father, Joel was raised by a relative who died. His mother then took him in before she also died. What is going on? There is so many indigenous people missing. Oh my God. Chasing Hawk said Joel was later moved to another relative and removed due to safety issues. Fuck me. Are you kidding me? What the hell? That is nuts. That's like 4 different people that's either had him. What? First of all, why does his mother not have him to begin with? Yeah, and they've all pretty much died. Before moving with his father, okay, we read that part. Joe was, okay, before he moved in with his father, Joel was raised by a relative who died. His mother then took him in before she also died. Chasing Hawk said Joe was later moved in to another relative's and removed due to safety issues. Quote, he started contacting the agency and I think they said he, but I think they mean we, started contacting the agency and doing all we can. And he got into our place, into our home, end quote, Chasing Hawk said, and her husband learning about his son's need for a home. What do you mean? He's your son. Of course he needs a home. Despite his difficult past, Chasing Hawk said Joel brought joy to the family. It's very interesting. Quote, smiling, he always had a good story. Joel drawing or coloring or reading his books. Chasing Hawk expressed concern about Joel's trusting nature and said he could put himself in dangerous situations. Quote, I talked with the social worker several times about the things I've noticed as a mom that I know weren't right, end quote. She said, quote, if we didn't get ahead of it, that, he's going to have a hard time. She said mental health providers told Joel's situation wasn't severe enough for intervention because he hadn't committed a crime or hurt himself or others. Quote, oh, well, it's not bad enough yet, so we'll just let it go and see how bad it gets until it's too late, end quote, she said. Chasing Hawk said Joel is very slender with long hair and could be mistaken for a girl. She said Joel had hidden from the police before and hopes others will continue looking for him. Will a 10-year-old really hide from the cops? Quote, really, really, she said Joel had hidden from the police before and hopes others will continue to look for him. Quote, really, really hurt him. Either this was really written bad or AI written it, or they don't make sense. Really, really hurt him. We really wish he would come home so we could help him. But didn't you say you were trying to help him and there was nothing you could do? He's always got a good spirit with him, end quote, she said. According to the police department, Amber Alert was not issued because Joel appears to have left on his own. An Amber Alert is issued when there's a likely abduction. Law enforcement issued an endangered missing advisory. I don't know, Val. I don't know, but there's not a lot of anything on here. but I'm going to follow this. If y'all have anything on this, I know I was supposed to end this 30 minutes ago, but I just wanted to get this across tonight. 307-228-4906, or you can email me. Yeah, Sassy, Who wrote that? Alternate citizens of the USA. Someone wrote, Joe, nonverbal and autistic? No. Either this is, I'm not going to put that out, even though someone put that out, because she said he always had a good story with him. This little boy, this story, what I knew about it broke my heart, but now it's even worse. I mean, 3, 4, 5 homes and 10 years old. I'm not going to take this as a fact. I'm going to show you this, but either someone's getting really bad information or someone's telling different stories. Joel, citizens of the USA, Joel, nonverbal and autistic, 10 years old, missing. Okay, last seen is behind the Dollar General. In a previous incident, Joel eloped, found refuge in the school, according to another commentator. Please check the sheds building on that. 10 years old, 4'6", 85 pounds. Last seen at the 700 block of South Regal Place about 1:10 in the morning on January 22nd. No. The stepmother, she just said he always had a good story and shit. No, he was living with a family member. They died. Then moved in with the mother. She died. Then went to another family member, and he was taken out of that because it wasn't safe. And now he's with dad and this stepmom. He's 10. I just want to cry for this little baby. That is unbelievable. That is unbelievable. Oh my God. Guys, I got to go eat, and I've got to go take a blood pressure pill because my blood pressure is up now. Sometimes if I eat, my blood pressure will go down. It's weird. I just can't believe 10-year-olds have went through this much shit. How many other kids in the home of dads? I don't know, but the stepmom, in my opinion, was talking pretty disparaging of this little boy. Why the hell was he behind a Dollar General at 1:00 in the morning on a school night? Number one. Does he not go to school? Is he homeschooled? Wouldn't surprise me. Me too, Ratui. I don't understand the world. I really don't, man. Guys, we got a lot to talk about with Sebastian as well tomorrow and all that. So, and we've got Ohio, Spencer and Monique Tepe, Michael McKee hired an attorney today. Or we got the name of the attorney, high profile. Yeah, where's the dad? Dad needs to be talking. Thank you, Beverly. Love you guys. 4 hours and 4 minutes already. Love you guys. God bless each and every single one of you. Thank you so much for joining me. Justice for Sebastian, Wayne Drake Rogers, and may the Lord protect this little boy. May he be safe. Joe, taken alive. JOELTAKENALIVE. I pray that he's okay. God bless each and every one of you. Hug the ones you love tight. Appreciate you all so much. Truly. Good night.